Yeah, active. And I search up the YouTube. My channel.
Okay, that's fine. And why can't you transmit it with the?
That's the weird thing, you know, because like I have done this setting. This is the setting which works.
Trim targets, yeah. I see.
Trim targets, and for GoCode 2 it works. And in AGTechnik I did it exactly the same way. But if I try it even with the tablet.
für VLC. Danke. Geh hin und hol dir einen.
I got, they're both online right now.
Okay, Jay Smith will be the only. I don't see.
Is
Jay
he coming
Smith.
on? He's
Where
right
is
here.
Jay Smith?
Right here.
Okay. The second guest is on the same video screen with Jay Smith.
Okay. And then Chris Romero is coming on second.
We put in later after we talked about 40 minutes with Jay
Okay.
Smith.
So just keep me abreast as to what goes
we
what
just
so I can get these guys lined up.
Jay.
You know, what I'm doing on this screen is also up there.
Yeah.
Which I'd like to be able to have control over what gets put up there. Alright, what I'm concerned with right now is I'm concerned with being able to control what gets put up on that screen. And I can't do that right now. Okay. You want to talk to your guys over there and see what they can do about that? This is a video agreement.
since about 8 minutes we should talk.
Oh, okay,
So
about 8 minutes.
we should start right. Exactly.
No, that red there.
Oh, that's email.
Huh?
That's my email. Show me that I got
Oh, okay.
81 emails. Streaming läuft gerade nicht.
Is it because of the capacity resources? Getting a handle on it.
Late
Why don't you just link over to them to stream time being and get started? You can't be fucking doing this shit.
We have 13 minutes. We have 13 minutes.
Oh, we start at 18:30,
Yeah, we
right?
know normally we should welcome the people and blah blah. I give them 10 minutes to start.
You're gonna say that in German because it's not relevant.
I will talk to you in English.
Okay.
Do all in English.
Okay.
Then we come to the credits. I will thank Melody for providing us the basic controls. Then I get to thank the
Are we going to start with the Vectrex video first before bringing the Vectrex people online on Skype? Okay.
Okay. Are you ready?
Is the streaming working yet?
No. They're working on it. In this moment,
Why don't you just go over to the alternate screen then, okay?
I do it now. I put up. Damn it. There's a link on the streaming page to the Ustream page.
Okay.
Okay. People have to find
I'm
the
going to
link.
go over to Twitter real quick and put that note up there and tweet it. So we can click on the stream, on the stream link, right?
There's a link that says use this link to our stream. We have problems. Okay, John, you wrote the show.
Yeah.
Please now go to Skype.
All right.
And stop to
What?
yeah, have
Go ahead and bring them on now.
Jay Smith. Not now. We have to welcome the people now.
All right.
Okay, we just rock the show. We have to make the credits. I blah a little bit. You make an introduction with you.
Okay.
Yeah, we are running out of time.
Let's do it.
Yeah. Let's do it. Get this away, please. It's a little bit much. Alright. Good evening. Okay, I cannot check this now. Welcome to GeekFest Volume 2. Last year we had a little, very private GeekFest, and this time we are here in the very wonderful venue of Delodi, and I like to introduce you to Captain Crunch.
John Draper here, and this is my namesake right here, the Captain Crunch whistle. And long time ago, the telephone system responded to this frequency. Since then, the telephone company switched over to Signaling System 7, which meant that the signaling information was out of band and not accessible. Well, that was until just recently. And our man Karsten Knowles will be tomorrow here to talk about the SS7 attack and our very serious problems we're having with the telecom networks.
Yeah, not only that one. We
Not
have
only
a
that one.
few other speakers there.
Yes, of course.
Yeah, but today we start with the VECREX, but before of that we need to mention a few things. We have drinks here, and there are big bottles, they will cost you €2, and there are small bottles, they cost you €1. So there's a Spendenkorb there over, and put in some money there, that would be nice. I would like to know who was here last year. Hands up. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4. Okay. I hope next year we have more. So you have the chance to wave next year. I would like to know how far you have traveled. How many of you have traveled less than 20 kilometers to get here? Okay, this is awesome. Now let's go over to 200 kilometers. 400 kilometers. 800 kilometers. 800, we have two with 800 kilometers. You don't know? London? I think it's 800, okay. And who made 8,000 miles?
Me.
Yeah, you did the most.
Against my doctor's advice, by the way.
Despite, yeah. You were not
Despite
allowed.
that,
Yeah,
I toughed it out and I made it here.
yeah. Give her. I think that has something to say. Thank you. I have here something, and it's a little. This is Dr. Dobbs' Journal of Computer. It's a reprint of the funniest stories in this magazine. We will later speak to Jim Warren, who published it, And I like you to, John, to sign it now.
I'll be honored.
Because maybe we have some programmers here, I don't know, but there is a little challenge. On our web page you find a paper code. Very down below there's a green line with many dots on it. That was the typewriter codes. And there is something written in it, so in typewriter code, okay? But the first one who figures out what is repeated there in the bottom of our website gets this one, okay? Just, it's only for you. It's not for the people on the stream, so it's only for the people here in the room. So good luck on that one. And yeah, we have the drinks. The Delodi crew, please go out of the network when you're still in, so that we have more bandwidth. Yeah, we have a Facebook group, which is Facebook.com/groups/GeekFest Berlin, and we would like to have you all as members there if you're not already. And we are coming over to the credits, right? I would start with Delodi, because, yeah, for providing us with this amazing venue here in the heart of Berlin. So, very nice. We don't make the clapping we do the clapping at the end, okay? So we don't lose so much time here. And there is someone special you want to mention?
Yes, I want to thank the people at Anonybox. The Anonybox is a Tor router, a nice little self-contained unit. You just put this in your backpack, hook it up to your little battery booster, and you're on the Tor network. That way you can have all of your machines be free of all this questionable software and have the ability to be able to privately surf the web. The Anonybox people got me over here to Berlin. Thanks to them. And thanks to all of the people there.
Yeah, we come to them. We like to thank the Pirates technical division here from Berlin for the streaming, Grapscape crew from Berlin for design and the print, always on time, Dylan Canabrium from Hack in the Box, Daniel Kotke and Lee Felsenstein for helping us with the address books and contacts, Guido Körber, Lars Subirai, Detlef Borchers, and Yutaka Ishii from the Japanese Retro Game Association for the media presents and articles. Rolo at the door. many thanks. I like to thank Frau Silberfischer.
Rolo is from the Hemp Museum.
If you want to go to a great museum here in Berlin, then visit his museum. He's the curator of the Hemp Museum. Very nice place. Yeah, yes, come over there. Frau Silberfischer, she's from Berlin here, and she made the music that you already heard, and she will be being played in the breaks between our panels, so we have a little bit music to listen to. And this is Frau Silberfischer in German. You find a link on our schedule page if you don't know how to write her name. Many thanks to the supporter ticket buyers. They're helping us a lot. And also the day ticket buyers that are here and that you are interested in listening to ancient computer history and geek stories. So now we can applaud. Thank you. I like to show a little video of the backtracks because we are now talking about 1 hour with the developer of the backtracks and one programmer of the backtracks. console that was only based on vector graphics. So what you know when you have played Asteroids with this only lines design, that was brought by the Vectrex to your home. So here you see it. There was a game built inside that was called Mindstorm, and it was kind of a Asteroids clone. They had a lot of clones, I would say, in their games. They had about 32 games in total, and it was short before the crash of the whole business. There was a big video game crash in 1983 and 84, and then this business got very fastly closed. But they were bought by Milton Bradley, and yeah, we will speak to the father of the Vectrex, as we all call him, because he's not really the developer of it. He was the boss of the company. So, but Jay Smith knows everything in this machine, so he's also great to talk to him. And we will have one of the original programmers of the Vectrex with us. And later we will contact with Chris Romero. That is a programmer that is actually working for the Vectrex, because the Vectrex, every year we got some new games for the Vectrex. So this is a very lively community. And you're on the Jitsi bridge.
No, I'm not. I'm on Skype.
Okay. Okay. Jay Smith. Okay, not Jitsi. Yeah. And hopefully we get them on.
There he is. So switch on the sound, I think, from my Mac. We lost the video. Hey, Jay?
Yes?
Start and stop your camera one more time.
Okay. Start. Do I? Not clear to me what I do. Do I click on the video call?
We're not getting your video here.
Can we call you again? And when you pick up the connection, there is an icon that looks like a camera. Please click on this icon when you take up.
Yeah, I can see the icon, and if I click on it right now, it says call ended.
I just saw you there for a second.
Yeah,
we just saw your video for a second.
I know.
Is it okay when we call you back once again?
Do that, yeah.
Yeah, why not? Something's.
Okay.
Okay, I clicked the video.
Looks
And
yeah, looks good. Let's wait. Video has to come over.
can you see me?
Not yet.
We're supposed to see the video on the corner of the screen.
Yeah, and when the call came in, it came up in a square in the lower right. At the bottom of that was a video camera. I clicked that, and nothing. I've got at the top right, I've got a blue video and a blue telephone. Click on the blue video.
Sound is also
You
bad.
get me for a second, and then it.
There you go.
There
Oh,
we go.
Now it just went back off again.
Then it went
So
off.
there
I don't
was
know.
it for a second. Did you click something?
Should I click it? Let's try that.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, it just keeps going off.
mm-hmm.
I don't.
Right clicking.
See here.
It worked beautifully when we were testing.
What happens if I click on the audio call, it just stays where it is.
Could you give
Uh,
us a call, please? That maybe that then you're sending the video out.
Let me click and hold on the video for once. I'm clicking and holding, and it comes on briefly, and
It goes
Wow.
back off again. Why am I not surprised?
Yeah, really. It's,
anyway, it's Jerry and I here.
all right, so let's, like, he suggested call him instead
Okay,
of calling
what do I just place a call to Crunchman?
Yeah, just press the camera icon on the Skype.
Okay, end the call and we'll try.
On the test, it wonderful.
Hey, bingo.
Hey.
All right.
Okay. Just give me.
How are you guys? Yes, good to see you. Jerry, that is
How are you guys?
John and Oliver.
Aye.
And,
Aye.
or Crunchman, I'm sorry, Crunchman.
And we have
No.
about, I would say, 30 people here in the room. They're also
Oh, wow.
listening, and I don't know how many people on the stream. We will figure that out later.
Wonderful.
Great.
Yeah, great to see you both. And
Well, yeah.
By the way, how do you get to the stream?
sorry.
How does one view the stream?
The stream on Skype? Or?
Yeah, we have a big beamer here that shows our computer screen to the people.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we like to chat about the development of the backtracks, and I think we have the best persons to talk about.
Well, did you get?
That's all we can get together.
Did you get the video running?
Yes, I've shown the video, the intro video for Vectrex Museum, the webpage vectrexmuseum.com, and yeah, I would like to know how you came with the idea of the Vectrex. I think it was you were going out to dinner and found something.
Well, it's interesting. It goes back further than that, really. As you know, we did Microvision and a number of other products, and then we had done the game watches for GCE. We did a series of watches that you played games on, and we were looking. Jerry and I and the other guys in the company were all looking for new ideas. What could we do? What could we do? And among other things, we got very interested in the arcade games that were vector arcade games. And they were, of course, turned out to be very popular. And the question is, what can you do at a reasonable cost? And so, also looking at oscilloscopes, because that's a vector monitor. And some of the guys went out to lunch one day and brought back about a 1 foot long, inch in diameter
Yeah.
CRT.
It was really like a scope too, for some kind of flight thing or something.
It was to go into airplane instrumentation, and you never could hook it up. Is that right?
Nobody bothered to hook it up because it was, electrostatic deflection and it needed high voltages and the wires weren't marked and everything. And there's no internet to just look it up in those days, right?
Yeah. So we got involved with what else could you do with it? Wound up getting a little. The idea came, well, could we convert a small CRT into vector scan? And it was a little 5-inch monitor.
Well, there's a company called Ball, and they made self-contained monitor systems that were for OEMs, so it's just a monitor, not in housing, and it had all the connections and everything. So we took that and modified that to become a vector display, and then made up a microprocessor circuit board that would run a game on there, and we created an exact copy of Asteroids.
Yeah, not exactly, but
No, it was an exact, well, no, you never saw it because it was never sold in that form.
Okay.
It was not an exact copy of all the levels and all the complications, but I mean, it was directly lifted from, it was Asteroids. I mean, that's what it was. It wasn't anything else. And it was just used as a way of shopping it around. So Jay, who's the consummate salesman, although, he was shopping it around all over the place. He would like to be interested in this.
So Kenner took an option on it, paid us for the option, looked at it and said, no, we're a toy company. Who thinks video games are going anywhere anyway? They came back and we showed it to Ed Krakauer at GCE, who we were doing the game watches for anyway, and he said, whoa, this is great, but it's got to be bigger. And so give me another idea on that. Out of that, we designed the standalone monitor with a 9-inch CRT. After doing some research and found out that 9-inch CRTs were about as cheap as you could get anything. And we turned the screen vertically, so it was different. Everything in the world, TVs, monitors were all horizontal. We turned it vertical, going to be different, and put it out there. And we're proud to say that it was that little compact screen in a box that was 2 years before the micro. Macintosh, yeah. They claim they did not copy it, so okay.
But let me just throw one thing in here. You might be surprised. Some of us were disappointed when it went from 5 inches to 9 inches. We, believe it or not, we actually thought it would be better 5 inches because there was a possibility that it could have been made battery powered. Because at that point, but once you made, it would take some batteries though. But maybe it could have been.
Also
because it was 9 inches.
Also because you could carry it, right? With a
Yeah, you could carry it easier when it was 5 inches, exactly.
Yeah.
So it wasn't a no-brainer. You'd think, of course, a bigger screen is better, but not necessarily.
And interestingly enough, going from the raster scan tubes to the vector scan, you had to change all the coils around the tube and all that sort of stuff. So we created for
Ross, as it says, when you read the histories, it mentions Ross a lot, with the circuitry and stuff, and the concepts.
I wish that the history mentioned Jerry a lot more. He did a number of things involved in that, and the 6809 processor was a big deal.
Well, the prototype was made with that processor, and that was considered, an expensive chip, and we'd only use it for prototyping. So you would use 6502, which all the games used at the time, and it was very cheap. And we probably should have used the 6502, who knows, But they come back and they go, the powers that be have decided you can use the 6809, even though it costs more. Which, we came from the toy business. I mean, when I met Jay, he was all about toys. All about it.
Engineer gone wrong.
What am I talking about? It's, he's a graduate of Mattel University, they call it. Anybody that worked for Mattel. Is that, am I putting those in?
I went through, that's the engineer gone wrong part. I went through studying at Caltech and TRW where we did the moonshot to Mattel Toys.
So when you're designing toys, the chip costs 50 cents more, you're not allowed to use it. So it was amazing that they said, okay, you can use this more expensive chip. We never expected it.
But it allowed us to do a number of really good things with the vector scan and the sound and everything else that we could do. So
how did you program? Which computers do you use to write the programs and the system ROM?
Well, that's a really good question because there were no, exactly. We used these IMSI computers. There was those early S100 bus. Those?
But you didn't solder it together. So
they had that S100 bus, so we designed a board. It was like a shared memory emulator board. We had designed that from scratch. I don't have any. I don't think I have any. I don't know. But a whole operating system we designed, and There were people that were assigned just to do the operating system for that, you know? And that allowed us to plug a 40-pin cable onto where the 6809 socket would go in the Vectrex, and plug from that to the S100 bus on the inside. And we were editing in WordStar, which is, you know, ridiculous.
Oh.
There's no, I mean,
What language is it written in? Is it?
it's all assembler. There's no other language. Because like in those, you know, the computers were so slow, there was no chance of having a compiler that would be able to compile a language, at least at that, with any reasonable amount of speed.
One of the interesting things that I remember, I obviously wasn't programming, but that we had some problems with the computers. It took a long time to diagnose, and it turns out that it was the programmers were smoking when they were programming, and the smoke was it in the hard disk?
I'm not sure.
Or the floppy disk. It had 8-inch floppy disks that you did in and out, and it really wound up, I think one of the problems was smoke got in the hard disk and created some problems. So we finally had to say, smoke in the hall, you can't smoke next to your computer.
I forgot about that. That's funny. Yeah, yeah.
So then,
I wanted to just define a little protocol. It's really hard sometimes to interrupt because you got this delay and lag. So if I want to say something or you want to say something, just hold up your finger like that, and then we'll stop talking and let the other person know.
Good idea.
I wanted to
Not
also,
immediately, but
yeah, of course, give the person a chance to finish. One of the things I was going to ask you through assembly language, so you have basically write a piece of code, and you've got an 8-bit register, and that 8-bit register would basically define the position of the dot on the screen. Is that right? And then you would program.
No.
How does that work? Just give us a little example in pseudocode or whatever, how you would move a trace from one position of the screen to another. Just, how does that work programmatically?
Oh, okay. Well, I didn't want to interrupt you while you're asking the question, but basically, there's the only absolute position on the screen is the center of the screen. So there's a command that you give the hardware to zero out the coordinate to basically 0, 0x and 0y, right in the middle of the screen. But after that, everything else is relative. So you can draw a diagonal, you can draw straight up, you can go out in any direction, and then so it's sort of like a fireworks show, you can move the beam, you can turn off the beam and move the beam up to here, then you can turn on the beam and start drawing a shape. And what happens is everything's going great, but after a while it starts drifting because all of this is all being held in capacitors. It's holding the charge, which determines all the x and y position. So after a while it starts drifting, then you have to bring it back to 0 again.
Oh, wow.
okay. And which problems occurred when you were developing the Vectrex? So, what was the hard part?
Well, the hard part was, I've read about it since then, and I didn't remember this part, but it's easy to remember once you read about it. The schedule was nuts. They were demanding the whole thing to be designed and have, 12 games finished in 4 or 5 months or something? It was ridiculous. Because you design the hardware, and then as the games started getting developed, you get ideas for ways of improving the hardware, but then you couldn't do that. You couldn't improve the hardware because then all the game programmers would be behind schedule. So that was the frustrating part there.
And have you managed to hold the line to get it done in time?
yes, we did. It was a spectacular schedule. GCE committed in September, perhaps, something like that, August, September, and in June, we were at the Consumer Electronics Show in Chicago with 12 prototypes and pieces of 12 games, and at least 6 of them were complete and running.
These are,
What year was this?
In which year was that?
1982.
82. Yeah.
Oh, well, 80, this is the 82 Consumer Electronics Show, so we were starting in 81.
Yeah. Okay. By the way, there was this rumor in the Vectrex community all the time because of the Macintosh design and the Vectrex design. The Vectrex design 2 years earlier is on the market. And when you place them next to each other, they look very the same. But, yeah, and people really said, now why didn't they sue Apple? So, and I got in contact with the original case designer of the Macintosh 1984, J.C. Manock. And I asked him. I asked him right away and said, hey, was there any influence of the Vectrex design for the Macintosh case design? And he said, no, before you mentioned the Vectrex for me in this email, I didn't knew about it. So you can be sure he didn't copy it. So
of course not.
This rumor really has found an end on that.
Right, he was in the electronics business and he never heard of Vectrex. That's quite possible.
Yeah, he never did.
One of the things, going back to a slightly different subject, is we had debated quite a bit about vector scan. What were some of the advantages of vector scan? Obviously, the fact that we could do that on a CRT with a relatively inexpensive electronics. But the other thing was that vector scan, you can zoom and rotate figures very easily. At that time with video games, if you wanted to increase the size, you had to have a new image for each size. So you had to store all those images. If you wanted to rotate it, but as you can see with Vectrex, things disappeared and the distance came, rotated, did all of that very easily. And at that time, that was very unique. Now it's, of course, very common. But one of the unique things about it was the zoom and rotate.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
Were there other ideas to name it other than Vectrex? Were there other names before?
Yes.
I don't remember, but GCE went through quite an interesting naming process. And I don't remember it. They had another name that I liked better, and they liked.
I remember Vectron.
But they couldn't get it cleared, and they said, "Oh, we'll have to settle for Vectrex." And of course, now that's the common name.
I liked it. I think it's a good name. I like it very much.
Worked out fine, and then as you know, we went on to. With our experience with Microvision, the handheld, with actually just a quick comment with Microvision, did you know, I guess it's common knowledge that the Microvision console does not have a microprocessor in it. There's no microprocessor.
Let's talk a few minutes about what you've done before the Vectrex, because you were working at Mattel as a developer. And you invented the Multivision, it's called, right?
What?
What was it?
In television?
How was the name?
In television? No.
No? What was the name? What was the name of the console that you made for Mattel? This little handheld console.
Didn't make them.
I really didn't do much electronics for Mattel. It was, I was in dolls and, well, and a whole bunch of different things for Mattel toys. One of the projects I worked on didn't play here, but was called Major Matt Mason. Interestingly enough, Mattel, the name Mattel became, because it was Matt and Elliot. Matthew and Elliot were the two founders of Mattel, Mattel.
Okay.
And so they came up when getting into space was starting to be popular and interesting. They came up with a a doll, a boy's doll, called, if you do a doll for a boy, it's called an action figure.
Yes.
For a girl, it's called a doll. Gotta be careful. And so they came up with an action figure called Major Matt Mason. And I spent a lot of time on that in one way or another.
Okay.
So the then went on from there to a small company where we got involved in toys, licensing toys, and then formed Smith Engineering, which out of that later, a part of that became Western Technologies. And actually, as that grew and grew, we did a merger, and it became a company called Wanderlust, which bought my company, and then we changed the name to, what was that? Anyway, we became a NASDAQ-listed public company.
Yeah.
Went on, so I'm out of that business now, back to playing with things.
Is it right that your son was the only beta tester for all the games?
He was one of the beta testers, and of course that's one of the great stories of the Microvision. I mean the Mindstorm game on Vectrex. All the programmers did the testing. Son Spencer did a lot of the testing, and several other people worked on it, but never had a chance to have it for hours and days at a time. And if we did Mindstorm, he came up, and none of the programmers could get by level 11. And so we thought, well, we'll be a level 12 and a level 13. And for whatever reason, then you had a game that was the end. You ended the thing. Don't ask. I don't know why we did it, but we did. So we ended it at level 13. And literally within a week after the game was released, all kinds of people went through 11, through 12, through 13, and then into what then became known as the dust levels. It was never programmed for that. Nobody in the company had ever gone there, and everything that happens after that was accidental. And so, and fortunately the dust levels sort of played, and I have heard like people getting up into the 20s. Have you?
I don't know if they did.
But in the dust levels, if you've ever seen or heard about it, a lot of things are invisible and disappear, and things happen on the screen. You can't see what's going on. You have to kind of guess what you're doing. But it's a popular thing for people who are really good at it. So, that was fun.
Didn't they issue a fix for that or something?
Yeah, the Milton Bradley, I understand, which Milton Bradley issued a fix, which went, most of the U.S. games still had the problem.
Mindstorm,
And that
cartridge,
reminds me
right?
of- that information came from Chris Romero, who, if we had had a chance, would have been great to have him here. I'm sure you've talked to Chris.
Yes.
He's the world's expert that I know of on Vectrex right now, and he knows much more than I do about what's going on currently.
Yeah. We will try to get him on this after we've talked with you. We try to put him onto this conversation, so we have you all three here. We hope to get this will work
That's
out.
good.
Yeah.
Then,
I'm missing a Tetris clone. Did you ever thought about a Tetris clone for the Vectrex, because it would be easy with the graphics?
what?
Tetris?
Tetris.
Tetris.
Was Tetris around?
I don't think that's right. It wasn't around to our knowledge because, that came out on Game Boy. Apparently it existed in Russia or something, but we didn't know about it until it came out on Game Boy, which was about 3 years later, right?
Yeah, it came out later.
Okay, it came out later?
But,
Really?
but you're talking about how people are programming Vectrex nowadays. They could try Tetris.
Yeah.
I went to Russia in 1988, and I met the person who wrote Tetris when I was
Oh,
a
really?
Scout.
Oh.
And this was in 1988, and at that point in time, I believe just shortly after that was when Tetris came out, if I recall.
Ah. But we went on to later look at trying to do Vectrex in a handheld.
Yeah, talk about that, please. That was one of the
And,
questions that we also have in the Q&A, but we can come to it now.
One of the things that the way we based that on is, I've forgotten his name, but there was a gentleman in England that was doing some great things with devices, and he had a little handheld CRT-based TV, I guess, and it was, yes, it was a CRT, but it turned 90 degrees if the CRT went like this horizontally, the screen was actually here, and the coils around the screen were designed to move the electron beam 90 degrees.
Wow.
So that the screen, the CRT was, if it was this long, the screen was horizontal like that. And so we thought, whoa, here we go again. You get a CRT and turn it into Vectrex. But from what I remember, they were saying, and I believe this was Milton Bradley at the time, no, we've been there, done that, the Vectrex, and decide what good are handheld games going to be. And guess what? No.
Game Boy.
And so we did a lot of interesting stuff with that. We tried color, the Vectrex.
Yeah.
And Rick Morgan has our color prototype. But if you remember, a color tube was much more expensive than a regular CRT. It was black and white or whatever, because you had to have 3 electron beams. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
I think 3 electron beams. But what we came up with is the idea of coating the tube with different layers of phosphorus, so that depending how strong the electron beam was, it would get to the first level or the second level and in between. So you had sort of 3 colors, one at the first level, one in between, and one at the second level. And we actually made a CRT, made a prototype, and it worked, but again, Milton Bradley said, no, been there, done that. And the limitation of the color was that you actually had to change the voltage from, I'll make up a number, 18,000 volts to 22,000 volts or something like that to change the colors. And of course you can't do that instantly. So you had to be a little careful about what you were doing changing colors. And if somehow the electron beam got too strong, it went all the way through and went a little blank spot on the screen, which our color prototype has a little blank spot on it.
Okay.
But the nice thing about it was you didn't have to have a color CRT. You could use a one-beam CRT and just change the voltage on it.
But before, yeah, we have to tell this maybe a few people who don't know the Vectrex so good. It was in a blue shiny line design, and you could put overlays on the front screen to have colors. So
yes,
every game.
Yeah, that's what we did on the original Vectrex, is to have the overlays, and created a feeling of color, particularly in the TV commercials. Worked great. So.
Oh no! Even when you play it, there are a few overlays that are really good. It shows you the color. So.
Well, we were very proud of the fact that there are at least a dozen really innovative features of the Vectrex that hadn't been done before, and
3D glasses. 3D glasses, right?
Yes. That had the rotating screen. Have you seen the 3D glasses?
I had it on yes, I tested it. It is you have a rotating like a CD where you can look through it.
Right.
It has two or three different colors.
Yeah.
Three different colors in different sizes, and it rotates 80 times per second in front per minute or per minute in front of you. So you always have this. You are a little bit stuck in the movement because it's rotating and rotating. After half an hour playing, you get. Great. It's really, this is 3D in the very first stage. You get a little bit, your stomach gets a little bit strange after half an hour because it's not real 3D. So you get a little bit strange there. Yeah. And a light pen.
And the light pen?
The light pen, we were really into light pens. We had some computers with light pens, and that was an input device that was used at the time.
The Fairlight CMI used the light pen so you can draw the waveform of the music that you're going to play and also draw the spectrum. I actually developed something on the Apple II with Forth, and I used the Mountain Hardware music board along with Forth, and also used a graphics card to calculate the fast Fourier transforms needed to make the waveform.
Wow, that's impressive.
If you never saw the light of day, we sure had a lot of fun with it.
That Fairlight, that was a rather expensive piece of equipment, wasn't it?
It sure was, but I did it on an Apple II.
Oh, nice.
That is
Very nice.
Way back. Wow.
Yeah, love it. Nice job there. Did you do other things in music after that, I guess?
Oh, I sort of experimented around just most recently with the music program. I can't remember off the hand. If you go to SoundCloud.com to JD Crunchman, you'll find a song I did called Space Station, and it did it using the German company here that made it. Don't remember.
Ableton?
Yeah, Ableton Live. That's it. Yeah, Ableton. Thank you.
Yeah, Ableton.
And that's about the last I've done music. About 2 or 3 years ago, I was over in where was it at? Somewhere in Malibu Beach, I think, with some friends, and we spent the whole weekend, and I got really wild with it. Just check out the song. It's a psychedelic trance song. It's pretty trippy.
Well, as you know, Malibu Beach is just up the road from us here. It's about 5 miles away.
We're talking about music, Gary. I heard that there is a missing capacitor somewhere on the main board. Is that right?
Oh, that's what, you must have been talking to Chris.
Okay. Isn't it that there is missing some capacitor for the
Yeah, it has to do with this whole thing of rushing this thing out, So, nobody tried to program the voice on this thing until it was already shipped. Like, they gave me the assignment of programming the voice for, not Skype. What the hell's that guy's name? The character on the It sounds like Skype. There's a character, but it's not Skype. Yeah, I can't think of the name of it now.
But this was, among the other first, was a voice in the game.
Yeah.
Spike. Why can't I?
Spike.
Oh, Spike. Yeah.
Spike.
Skype. Right.
Spike.
Right. Spike. So while programming that, I realized, oh my God, the hardware could have been done better on that. That's so sad. Didn't seem to be any time to really test that or something. I don't know if you can believe how frantic this thing was. I was so sad that I didn't. And then and this one of the things that I realized, Chris had asked me, he was very interested when I mentioned this, because he's knows everything about Vectrex there is to know. So I looked at the schematics and it was like, oh my God. See, one of the things was we were in toys. Jay was a toy guy, right? So this video game thing, the toy mentality, at least in my mind, was still there, which was, I don't know if it was in your mind, but in my mind it was like everything has to be the cheapest possible. That was the thing with the toys. If you could save 2 cents, you were a hero, and you get a promotion. It was unbelievable. So, there was an op-amp. That's the type of chip called an op-amp on there. And an op-amp comes in 1 section or 2 sections or 4 sections. And the chip would cost a little bit more if it was 2 sections into 1 chip. It would cost a little bit more if there was 4 sections in 1 chip. So I'm looking at the schematic, and what I did on this thing, I was the one to blame for this. I put a 4-section one, and then to save money, I put a 2-section one as the second chip. It needed 2 chips. Because I only needed the 2 sections, so I'll save 3 cents, and then we could, this will be great, But what I didn't realize, number one, inventory costs. I never thought about that. It actually costs more to have 2 different chips than you could have the same chip. And then besides that, if I had used the 4-section chip, then I could have used one of those extra sections that wasn't used to help with the voice thing, and the capacitor that I mentioned to him. So I've got to get back to him with all the details on that. But it just makes me, it's like, first of all, who knew this thing would be around 30 years later? And secondly, I don't know, it's just hard to get to bang these things out instantly. How do you do it?
It was still stands as the fastest great project.
Does this mean that if you put in the right capacitor on this board where it belongs to, then the sound would be better?
Well, yeah, I was looking at it. It might need also this other op-amp. I'll have to think about it. Unless somebody out there, there's so many people that seem to be into this thing. If somebody else wants to figure it out, that's fine. Or I'll look at it, and it may need more than the capacitor. I had teased him by telling him it only needed the capacitor. It might need another chip too. Yeah. Not a sound chip, just this little op-amp thing, which costs like a dime for the whole chip.
But with all that, he got Spike to say something. That was cool.
Yes, that's right. Sounds weird, but he says something.
Right. Well, it also had to do the video at the same time as speaking, so it gets a little complicated there.
Yeah, well, didn't you had breaks between the game?
Well, there's a break in the game action, but if you look at it, he's actually putting up a picture of Spike talking, which takes some doing also. Not even though the game is paused during the speaking.
Yeah.
I don't know why that reminds me of one of the limitations of drawing the vectors is that you can only draw so much vector. You can use a little bit on this item and a little bit on that item and a little bit on that item, but every cycle of the processor is that 20 milliseconds or something?
Yeah, the frame, well, you're talking about frame rate.
Yeah.
Should I?
Yeah.
Well, so the thing is, on a modern game or on a computer, there's a fixed frame rate, right? Like it's, whatever, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 frame rate per second. But on Vectrex, you just try to put as many objects up, and then you repeat it, and that's the frame rate. So some of the games. Oh, are we disconnected? I wonder. I wonder. Yeah, because they can't seem to hear.
Sorry, I talked to the techno.
No, I was just hoping he's still here.
Thank you. Yeah.
Oh, no, it's just so the frame rate. If you see on some of the games, the frame rate gets really slow because you have to put up all these objects. So they might go down to what? I don't know how far it went down. 16 or 10. I don't even know.
The problem is that you have to keep it visible on the screen, you have to refresh it.
Yeah.
And if you draw and draw and draw and draw and draw, eventually the beginnings will disappear. Yeah. So you can only draw so much before you have to go back and refresh it.
But see, if you compare it with something like a regular video game, like the Atari video game, the VCS Atari, that was played on a TV. So on that, there was no choice. You had to do the frame rate of the TV, or it just wouldn't work. But with Vectrex, you could push it, and you could put more junk up on the screen at the expense of the frame rate if you chose to.
Yeah, the Vectrex today has a very lively community. every year there are coming some new games out for the Vectrex.
Yeah.
I think we are not more than 3,000 people who play it. So it's really, I think it's not more. I'm not sure. Nobody knows it correctly. Yeah.
Is it still being developed in assembly language, or have they decided to use a higher level language to develop some of these newer games?
We will try to get Chris on the line.
Yeah.
He's the one we need to ask.
He really knew the new stuff, I would say.
Yeah, I would say that of course you have to ask Chris, but I don't even know if you can get assembly language on a lot of these things these days. You know, like, or people just think you're crazy if you.
This year a card came out and you can do it in 32 bits also.
I saw that one on the website.
That will be interesting, I think.
Well, it sounds like they're using a 32-bit chip to create programming statements for the 6809 on the fly. There's like literally just coming up and changing it's just unbelievable. Yeah, and okay, ask Chris.
Yeah, we have here a Ask a Speaker module at our page. I also want to tell the people about it. When you're going to the schedule page at geekfestberlin.com, there is an Ask a Speaker on the right bar, panel 1, panel 2, panel 3, and we are actually at panel 1 and day 1, and everyone, even the people on the stream that are listening from all over the world, can ask questions here to our panelists. And because the Vectrex is so lively, there are already a few ones.
I might also want to add that we are also have a hash code on Twitter.
Right.
GeekFest Berlin. So you can also tweet your way.
Yeah, invite some other geeks. Invite some other geeks, please. Right. Do some spreading the word about GeekFest. And some people asks there's a voting on the best questions. So the best questions come first. But you can't vote on your own question, so the others have to vote for it. So that's very cool. And I just try it here with Melbourne. It says, Mr. Smith, the Vectrex community, even decades after the publishers have abandoned the system, is very much alive. New games and utilities are created regularly, especially this year has seen many new games, tools and hardware. Really, that is much hardware also. Do you in any way still follow current Vectrex development and releases, and what do you think of them? So this goes to you, Jay.
I go through periods when I follow it and get very interested in it, and I will not look at it for a while. And again, Chris provides me with an update on that stuff. I think some of this is just absolutely amazing. In what Jerry just mentioned, a 32-bit processor. Well, you mentioned, and then Jerry filled in on that. I think that's just phenomenal. And the fact that by doing all that, they're extending what we could do on the screen much more, and that's really exciting. I think that's great.
The new games have 3 times more objects to download. It's so flowing around the screen. It's amazing what they do with this old hardware, what they get out of it in the last
I think
years.
It is amazing.
Everybody involved wishes that we had more time, because we could have done more and better and more and better.
Yeah.
Would it have been better to wait a year and introduce it a year later? Yeah. We did it right getting out when we did, because the video game crash came along and took us all.
There are other questions. This one is from Vectrex Matt, a known name in the Vectrex community. Jay Smith, do you recall anything about some stress tester units put in shopping malls and based on the Vectrex? The stress tester.
You mean like a kiosk or something?
Okay.
Now that it's mentioned, I heard about that somewhere. They took units and put them in a little kiosk in a mall.
But if you don't remember, you...
I don't, I remember vaguely hearing about that at one time. I don't remember hearing it called a stress test, but I thought that was something that somebody did maybe to make quarters on the machine. I don't know.
In fact, I think they used the monitor. So and some parts of the I think they wrote their own program to run it on it, and you had a color test, so it was kind of strange. But okay, if you don't have much to say about that, we go to the next one. Jay Smith, it's also from Bractex Matt. He had a lot of questions to you. Jay Smith, I appreciate you may not know the answer to this, as this is likely happened after MB brought GCE. But do you recall anything about a computer prototype with keyboard for the Vectrex?
Again, no, not that I was involved. I have heard about that though, and that is really interesting to essentially use the Vectrex as a monitor for being a personal computer.
Yeah.
I started to work on that for the Krakauer.
Here.
Well, I had started to work on that, by the way. I was just going to mention, but it got canceled. I started to get some code up there. It was going to be like have BASIC, and actually found some BASIC from these guys that had some BASIC they were willing to sell, already done. So just had to do the graphics part, and it got canceled like partway through the development of it.
Okay.
So it never went anywhere.
But you worked for a company that would like to bring this out as a computer.
Well, it was the guy, the head of GCE, wanted to develop it, and then he changed his mind or something. I'm not sure.
After
Oops.
Ed Krakauer built up the internal staff at GCE and took it over to push it further on, and Jerry spent some time working with him.
But it didn't. It's funny because it could have. Actually, it would have been a little weird because you couldn't have that many lines of text. But we were going to see what it looked like and everything. It would have been interesting to be able to calculate stuff, right?
Well, another feeling behind Vectrex was that the kids who were using it as a game could take it to their room. The homes at that time didn't have 5 different TVs all around the home, and the kid didn't have a TV in his bedroom. It was one in the house, or maybe 2. But with the Vectrex, you take the game into the kid's bedroom and play with it. And
you are in the main room and blocking the TV of Daddy.
Yes,
that was a good selling point for sure. We have about half an hour now. We didn't expect it to have Chris Romero here today on the panel. We just talked about it yesterday. So we try to get him onto this conversation. Maybe when we add him now to the conversation, this will stop and we have to reconnect. We will see how this works, okay?
Okay, well, if all else fails, send me a text or an email.
Yeah, let's see how this works. Hopefully he's in front of the computer.
We're still on, okay.
So far, so good. Whoops.
What's that?
Blame it on Skype.
You want a Diet Coke?
No, thanks.
Okay, we have sound. Now there maybe comes a video, and there.
Hey!
Oh.
Hi. Hi, Chris.
Whoa.
How you doing, gentlemen?
Hi, Chris. Greetings from Berlin.
Nice beard. Wow.
Good to see
Oh,
you.
thanks.
Where are you, Chris?
Chris Romero.
And where? Who? No. In which city you are? Sorry.
Oh, right now I'm in the West Coast in the United States in Pacifica. So you can visualize that as about 10 to 15 minutes south of San Francisco.
Ah, nice.
He's got the logo.
Yeah, and you
Yes.
you are very involved in the let's name the modern Vectrex community. And Jay said you could tell us a little bit about the actual Vectrex scene.
Oh yeah, well I mean,
T-shirt.
I like the Vectrex, I collect them. Do a little back-end support on some stuff, on some projects. Definitely, and just mostly enjoy the Vectrex.
Tell us about your T-shirt in the background.
The T-shirt right now is just one of the fan-created T-shirts that were sold throughout the years. I think we're seeing more and more of those. In fact, Binary Star shipped T-shirts with their recent release of Nox and Death Chase, which, if you haven't heard of that yet, is reimagining the original game that was so controversial so many years ago. But other stuff in the background right now, you can see there's Vectrex related stuff that was produced over the years. Some of these things are marketing related, and certainly that little block behind my head is. Maybe not kind of the same guys as the Vectrex pen that was released by Milton Bradley, or maybe even you released it, Jay, a long time ago as part of the initial marketing materials you were working with GCE.
Can I shortly stop? Jay, can you click one time of your camera on your camera icon, and because your camera view is freezed?
Oh no. Really?
Is click on the camera icon. So
That's actually looks like a.
Chris, have you heard about the 32-bit cartridge that is just coming out?
Or that's the call.
okay,
Absolutely,
so
I've heard about the Vectrex 32 cartridge.
I'm going to click. I'm going to click
it's
on the camera
great.
icon. I hope it works. Is that going to work?
No, but we have a very nice screenshot of you.
Okay. Oh, then it comes back.
They're coming back. Okay, John?
Let me ask Chris a question.
Now we're.
Chris, earlier I had asked a question from the other guys about the current development of Vectrex software, and I was wondering which languages you guys have evolved from the old primitive assembly language into a more higher level language, perhaps like C. And I was wondering, have you migrated to the higher level languages now to help speed up development?
Well, certainly there is a couple of languages out there. We've seen a university offer a course that was in C. Several of the students wrote new software. In fact, there's a whole page dedicated to the projects that the students produced that were in C. Some of the developers dropped back down into Assembler again, to either optimize their code or for various reasons. There's the Vectrex 32 cartridge, which is based around BASIC, so a live version of BASIC running live communication with the Vectrex at the time, more or less using the Vectrex as a display terminal almost in the same way as maybe the original, well, at least what we saw, the planned add-on keyboard add-on inside of it. Maybe that added it the same way as the Vectrex 32 is done today. There's been Logo, which is offered by Alex Nicholson, more commonly known on the web as VectorZoa. If you've seen his site on vectorzoa.com. So there's been a few different higher level languages offered than just
Okay. Jay, are you still there?
I'm still here. I see our little screen at the lower right. So can you see me?
No, we don't see you. So we are coming now to the Q&A section here also in the room. I like to ask if here is someone in the room who likes to address a question to our speakers.
Also, we have some people on Twitter, and one of our guys here has probably monitoring some Twitter feeds and seeing what anybody had asked with the hashtag Twitter as well. So maybe you can gather some of those questions as well.
Yeah, but when we don't have questions here in the room, I would go over and use the Q&A, the questions that are online here. And Jay, you can hear us?
I can hear you fine, and
Okay.
the strange thing is we can see our image in the lower right of the screen.
Okay,
But-
we are on audio connection, that's fine. So, what is the next question here? Jay Smith, most of the Vectrex game catalog use the analog stick in digital mode. When implementing an analog joystick with analog to dialogue conversation hardware on the Vectrex, were you disappointed afterwards that only a couple of games made use of the analog functionality?
That's a good question.
That is a good question. Yes, I was disappointed. I was a big supporter of making an analog joystick instead of just a switch. And it turned out not to be used very much, and makes me wonder if we could have saved 2 or 3 cents doing that. But whatever. Yes, I was disappointed.
Okay. And then we have a question of 50TBRD, that's his name. And he says, or asks, Jay Smith, over the years, several Vectrex prototype games have emerged, including Pitches Duel, Tour de France, Dark Tower, and mostly recent Mail Plane. These games seem to be in a pretty complete state. The Vectrex enthusiast community wonders a lot about how far along 3D pole position was before its release was complete.
I really can't help you very much with that. That was beyond the point that, as Smith Engineering and Western Technology, that's beyond the point we were intimately involved with. GCE had taken over the development, was doing those developments, as Jerry mentioned, with the keyboard. So, no, I can't really add to that.
Okay. A very technical question from Vectrex Matt. Jay Smith, on the Vectrex card port, there's a signal line, pin 35, on the Vectrex CAT connector, taken directly from the 6522 PIA, and it is a software controlled line. Was this intended for any future specific hardware or just included as good computer design practice?
I'll have to get Jerry to
Sure,
answer that. I don't know.
Well, I'm here. I mean, I would have to look at does it label? Does that pin have, usually the signals would have a label that would be on the cartridge, so it would give you a hint for what it was. Maybe interrupt or something, or I wonder if the questioner can be asked if the thing is labeled.
Okay.
I think it's labeled external line.
Ha! It's maybe labeled external line, some of the audience says.
Oh.
Whoa.
Well, Chris, have you seen? I don't have the schematic with me. Chris sent me the schematic a couple of months ago, which was great, or more than that even, which is great to see it again and everything. But I don't have it with me right now.
Chris, do you have an idea about that question?
Well, certainly the external line has been used for it past what the original error was, has been used in some things like a multi-Vectrex setup to where you can play games head-to-head. But really the idea is, or the question to me is were there any other things that you'd plan to do with the Vectrex beyond what was done, let's say, with the 3D imager, with the light pen, some other external, perhaps some external add-ons that were going to use pin 35 to access the other capabilities of the controller that's on the Vectrex to do other multiplexing, let's say with the joystick interface or with the other chip, with the chip that was used to do all of that kind of real-world interfacing. Were there any other purposes that you had in mind for the future for developing external hardware that accessed the Vectrex directly via the expansion port?
Well, you know, the interrupt line, of course, was in that direction, which made the light pen and the goggles and everything. That was important to have that interrupt out there. That's on one of the pins, and that's an important one. But the pin 35, I'm just curious to go see what that 35 is. I don't know what it is. But you were really asking what other things were planned. What other things were planned?
I think they had laid out a kind of a wide range of things, hoping for the success in the future. And the video game letdown is the one that kind of dragged all that down and put it all in the file in the closet that hadn't been opened again. So I can't really add a lot to that. I think in our imagining the future, we could think of almost anything you could use a display for, and what could that be? Because we intended that the kids could take that in their room. What else could they do? But I think for the stuff that was really planned, they got a little piece of everything with the light pen, the 3D imager, the color, and the keypad. No, I don't know of more.
Yeah.
Because, by the way, you know, with the 3D imager, you could use it just for color if you wanted it, right? It didn't have to be 3D, so that you could have a faster frame rate if you just wanted color. Just to point that out. But this 35, I wonder if it was just there was an extra pin and there was an extra pin on that chip, the 6522 chip, and maybe we put this pin out there for future. Maybe that's perhaps.
Can I short? We don't get your image for about 5 minutes now, since we have added Chris Romero to the chat. We have to figure that out a little bit. Can you, Jay, stop?
You want to log in again?
Stop the video, and there's an icon when you move your cursor around over the Skype window. There should be 4 icons.
Yes.
And there is one that is a camera. It's the first icon. Could you click on that and click again, so we maybe get this channel open again?
When it first happened, yes, I tried that, but let me do it again. First time, I will click now.
Okay.
And now my image, our image disappears from the lower right. The screen's the same. If I click it again, the image appears on the lower right.
It says him to call back.
Yeah.
And so,
just a short note, when Jay is speaking and has put his camera back on, I know I can see it at least on my end. So maybe calling back in would help.
Yeah, I think so too. We because we want to see you both on the screen when we are ending this talk. So we stop this call now. And Jay, would you call us back in a second when we have ended this call?
I will.
Okay.
We'll call back.
Okay, Chris, thank you for being part here and
sure.
representing the modern Vectrex community. And yeah, I'll talk to you soon.
Okay, and Chris, thank you very much. I really appreciate that email that had the dozens of things.
Thank you.
Very well.
Yeah.
So we stop here now. And yeah, Jay Smith, just call us back, okay?
Okay.
Okay.
Bye, Chris.
Bye, Chris.
Bye, Chris.
Bye, guys.
Okay.
Bye.
We switch this. So let's hope he's coming back. Is this the chat?
Yeah.
Okay.
Never depend on Skype anymore.
Disconnect our other call.
All right, we're back.
We're back.
Okay. So, well, hi. That was great to get Chris on.
Yeah, it's a funny community on Facebook. There's only one Vectrex group, user group, and there are about 1,200 people in it. So it's really not that big. But every year there are coming 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 new games for it, and these people are producing this game, and they will not sell more than 100 pieces of it. So that's the figure you have to work with, and so the prices are mostly so below the really work that has been gone into these games. So yeah, they just try to get the costs back, but they will not charge the programming, I think. And I see you found a Vectrex there.
Yeah, it was right here behind us, so it was just being hidden. So
yeah, and you tried last time, and the one you tried was defect. Did you found?
Yeah, and I went to another one and got it working. This one, although it's not plugged in, works great.
Yeah.
I had Mindstorm on there and Armor Attack, and actually played them a little bit and remembered. Wow, it was great.
Yeah, I like. Is it a buzzing one or a non-buzzing one? This
Buzzing, that buzzing one.
Oh no, it's a non-buzzing one.
Wow.
So-
Just to know you, the normal Vectrex, when you switch it on, then it makes a buzzing sound, so it's always making bzzz. Because the electronic was a little bit too near on the tube, I think, or was it something like that?
Why don't you fire that sucker up?
Yeah, okay. Hang on a second.
Yeah, I like the buzzing one. I have the buzzing one, and I like it. It must make bzzz all the time.
Well, it's sort of like on phone calls. They have to have that quiet, that sound going. They have to have that hissing sound all the time, or you don't know if the person is there. They add that in, that sound, that shh, comfort noise, they call it, phones. So we had an accidental comfort noise on Vectrex.
Well, actually, that hissing sound you used to hear when you make a long-distance call, that really wasn't put in there intentionally. It was just the carrier noise multiplexing the phone lines. I think they break it down into this T1. T1 has 32 or 24 phone connections, and it's just that residual noise from multiplexing. So, and now that's pretty much gone now since everything switched over to digital now.
Well, really.
Talk
So
about that in more detail tomorrow.
when you're on your cell phone, is there any hissing? I guess I've forgotten. Is there any or not on a digital cell phone?
What about the digital phone again? I didn't hear that.
When you're on your phone, you're on your Android or your Apple phone. Is there any hiss or not?
Usually not. It's pretty much digital, yeah. I mean, there's a little
It's-
bit of noise, but I don't know. I haven't noticed it.
Yeah, that's interesting because I remember that the comfort noise was actually a thing that they were putting in at one point. Maybe they stopped with that. It was because you would, maybe it's sort of like the 33 RPM record or the 45, any of the vinyl. There's that noise there that the listeners like. You know, that's one of the things they like about vinyl. It's always got that scratch going on there.
On that Vectrex screen there, I see the thing says Mindstorm. Is that like an overlay that's on the screen?
That's it. Yeah.
That's an overlay.
That is the overlay. This is,
I see. Okay, it is an overlay.
so this is the overlay.
Normally they had different colors. At Mindstorm, it's all blue.
And so you go and just fit it in, trying to do all this backwards, but then you get down and
listen.
turn it on, see if it does. There it is.
And the program already, the system and the program is now running. So this is a fast machine.
Oh, the boot up, right? There's no boot up. How do you like that?
Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah.
So are
maybe
all,
you don't really need all those giant 3-minute
all
boot
of
ups.
those characters are all done with vector graphics?
Yeah.
Yes.
So this is, you see, there's no cartridge in here. This is a built-in game. And so
And you
so this is the game. I'm going to have to disappear from the screen if I'm going to do any of this. But you see you can move the lever back and forth, and we're about to be blown. So we have.
I like the idea of the spaceship that is throwing these stars out there. It's a radical version.
So the more objects you have on the screen, then the more the program and software has to work in order to perform the same.
Didn't bring it up, but I have armor attack.
Oh, cool. Well, now, wait, we couldn't hear his question because
Switch down the tone
so we can't hear the question.
Yeah, we have about 5 minutes for the panel, and then
Did you ask a question about the game or something? We couldn't hear.
no.
So the each game came with a cartridge and a screen that would go on, and then you could see from the screen, or even if I keep the volume down, you can see that keep it down how long vectors you could draw, because what's on the screen in the game represents about the amount of time you have to draw vectors. So you can draw all those objects. The big objects take longer to draw than the small objects, so you can have, to pick a number, you can have 15 little objects, or 10 medium objects, or 5 large objects.
And as you can see, there's text on the screen and numbers and text, and that's also done with the vector graphics as well. It's all generated. There's no other graphics chip or anything in it.
But later games, I think they were using sprites, right? On the machine, was that possible?
Well, the sprite is a term it's a word that is used for objects in a video game, I believe, as far as I know. I mean,
Okay,
like on an Atari game, on an Atari game you'd have different sprites would be the objects.
Do you want me to get another cartridge, and I have Armor Attack out? Do you want to see a different game?
Yeah. At the ending, wonderful.
Bear with me for a second.
To listen to the sounds of this machine, because you used a very unique, this sound chip was not really often used, right?
It was a sound chip out of arcade games. It was directly taken from the arcade games. It was from a company called General Instruments. So we thought, well, we got a good price on it. We could do all the same sounds as the games.
So it's a sound chip that's inside in the machine. How many?
Yes.
How many? What's the sample rate of the sound?
There's no sample rate. What it is
Analog?
well, that's not. Of course, that's not true, is it? Wait a minute. There's a master clock going into the sound chip. That's right. But it uses like dividers to divide down the master clock to produce a square wave. So there's three. I think there's three of those divider chains. So you can have three different tones, I think. Plus, you can have noise, and noise is generated by a shift register, a feedback shift register, which gives that. This is how you generate a random noise thing. So we could have three tones plus noise. Just. And it was a very, very cool sound chip. It was amazing we were able to put that in there. We always thought that the powers in charge would say, no, it's too expensive. We can't put that in.
So this is the Armor Attack game. They came in a box like this, pull out the cartridge.
What does the cartridge look like?
Show us the cartridge, please. We didn't see it.
Oh, I'm sorry. This is the cartridge. And looks like that. It's got, you can see the end of a circuit board in there, and the cartridge there. It comes also with a nice instruction booklet. Wonderful. This is part of my game collection from that. And then out of this comes the screen,
Overlay.
the overlay. So if you, Jerry, let me
turn it off.
turn off the machine.
Should probably turn it off to change the cartridges.
Yes, always.
And so that when the cartridge goes in, it overrides the built-in game.
So the cartridge is just a ROM, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay.
And by the way, though, we put out enough signals to have up to 32K cartridge, which was a lot at the time. None of the cartridges used 32K. They were like 4K and 8K. I don't know if we went any higher than that. But we figured in the future, because before you were asking questions about the future planning, and we did have that ability for the 32K, which no other games had that. Atari, had 4K, and then to get higher up, they would have to use bank switching and all these fancy schemes. But this had regular 32K.
Now we see Armor Attack with overlay, played by Jay Smith.
Yeah, right. Played from upside down.
Played upside down, right.
One should be for driving.
Whoa, I did it. Looking up.
Okay.
I'm playing upside down.
Okay, we get the idea, I would say.
So that's
yeah, we have reached 8 o'clock, and this means we have all to have a little break here and set things up for the next panel. And yeah, we like to thank you that you took all this time to chat about the backtracks with us.
well, what fun for us. Certainly we encourage anybody who wants to contribute to that, get involved, and make something new. New is wonderful. So, and I'd be glad to participate in some future activities or whatever. So just let me know. And
Thanks for all your insightful and thought-provoking questions.
so as you can see, Jerry is a fountain of information. Once we stir his memory, he did a lot of the work and was responsible for a lot of the innovation.
Thank you very much, Gary.
Okay,
and
bye-bye
thank you
then.
very much, Jay. It was a pleasure to speak to you, and it's a pleasure to play with your product.
Bye-bye then.
Okay, you want to say bye?
No. Well, thank you very much for appearing on our program. This is very great. And I guess
John,
we'll take a short break now.
Yeah, that's
John, the next time you're in Malibu, give me a call. We're
Actually,
as I said-
Malibu was where I actually wrote that song on the space station. So
Yes.
go check it out.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
Bye, thank you.
Bye then.
Okay, so now we.
Kleine Pause. 20 Minuten haben wir Pause. Aber seid ruhig nach einer Viertelstunde wieder hier oben, weil wir dann langsam schon anfangen.
Great. Yeah. We're gonna have great. We had a great speaker. Carson. He's the one that did the SS7. That's nasty. Only is new. The whistle. Well, yeah. Kind of went to the wash. Say, do you, when you get a chance to check the Twitter feed, see if any of those, do you have a lot of questions?
Let me John's behind the camera. Thank you.
And because I wanted to do is that when we start next time, if you could write down some of the questions and the username on Twitter, we can answer those questions.
There are no questions.
There are no questions on Twitter. Okay. Oh, okay. Thanks. Yeah. Okay. With that in mind, I'll. Okay. Cool. How's the streaming? Is the streaming okay now? Okay.
Das habe ich jetzt nicht verstanden.
Mit Sicherheit analog.
So you stream and YouTube.
Also bei mir auf der Seite.
Oh, great. Cool.
Yeah, I'm stressed. Thank you. Thank you. Okay.
We might reflank that.
It is still the streaming side. There's only a link to the Ustream if people choose to use it.
Do you want to cover that projection thingy? So before we get on the next, what do we do next on Skype? Who is the next person?
Jim Warren and Lisa Loop.
Oh, Jim Warren and Lisa Loop.
Yeah.
Okay.
Always think about that we are streaming the whole time, right?
Yeah, we are on still streaming, aren't we?
Right.
Yeah. So we're taking a break. People out there listening to us in Streamland.
Right.
Streamland. That
Yes.
kind of worked out pretty interesting.
At 8:20 our time we have.
So we got both streams are up and running now, right?
Have a look on Skype if you find
Yeah. Let's take a look on Skype and see if we've got.
Lisa and Jim Warren.
Okay. And is Lisa also on with Jim Warren, or do we have another Skype thing coming up? Oh, here's Lisa Luke
With-
right here. Yeah,
with
here we go.
them- With them together.
Okay. I gotta talk to the sound people in a minute.
Your sound is extremely loud.
My sound?
Yeah, your output is extremely loud. I have to, I cannot measure the power.
Oh, but you have a meter on it?
Yeah, it's on zero, you know.
Oh, you need an attenuator or something, don't you?
Yeah, I have to measure. I have blinking all the time, that gives me too much power.
Oh, really? From the laptop?
Yes.
So I need some
I
type
think I
of.
fixed it now.
You got the world.
But we can reduce the sound of it.
Should be a good idea.
Okay, so better on the sound.
Yeah,
There was one person that said that my sound was too soft and they couldn't hear me.
yeah, because you don't speak in the microphone.
So you want me to be closer to the microphone when I talk? No problem. First time I've been made aware of it.
It should, John. You need to use a microphone when you speak.
Well, yeah. So
No,
we
it's
got our
a
own
lot.
microphone, so I'll just be closer to the mic then.
What was come the camera? What
Cover the camera with a little thing up there before we put the Skype on. See, because when you put the Skype on, you have people, my Skype contact list, and I don't want those to be put on
Sure.
streaming.
Yeah. Okay, but
It's their privacy issue.
cover.
I said cover the camera.
Yeah,
Whatever. I meant cover the projector.
Okay.
So I've got the. Okay. Anyway, for those people out there that are listening to the stream, what you're seeing there is the cover to my new book called Beyond the Little Blue Box, and this is the official narrative biography with myself and also Craig Wilson, who is in Spain, and we're both working on the book together. And I'm working on the last chapter. So it's going to come out soon, folks. Can't wait.
Where will it be published? What's the publisher?
I can't say who the publisher is yet,
okay, okay.
until it's until everything is kind of ready and going.
Keep this silent. Okay.
Keep everything kind of working. So actually, Craig is probably listening right now. I'm sure he is. I'm sure I'll probably get some comments from him on Skype. Actually, you know what I could do here is I could actually see without actually. Yeah, there we go. Get some of this.
Now you, please.
No, I'm not getting her message. Hold on. You want me to go ahead and ask her questions?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Come to the phone.
All right. If anybody has any questions.
Not now.
Oh, not now. Oh, okay. All right. Sorry.
And we start with Jim,
Okay.
and we ask him what was the homebrew computer club? How did it start? How did it function? This will be the first topic for Jim, and then we switch also to Liza, talking about the Loop Center, which was one of the first learning centers.
Yeah, I'm getting these messages here. Okay. So we're kind of in the middle of a break right now. We're getting our stuff organized here. 4 minutes to go. We got to get our act together and get our next participants up online.
You can send them an SMS message.
I already did. Yeah, you want to cover the projector? Okay. Okay. Okay, another thing for the sound people, can we reposition the camera a little bit better so that the images aren't so small? I've been getting a lot of feedback from that as well. Maybe zoom it in if you have a zoom feature. Okay. Good. All right. Well, hope everything is good there. Yeah, and we are doing live streaming at geekfestberlin.com. And there's also an alternate link as well, a kind of like a plan B, as they say. Is it working?
Yeah, there are 2 players on the streaming page.
Yeah. So we got one from YouTube and one from somewhere else. Okay. All right. So next, we're going to be having, really soon, not quite yet, we'll be having Jim Warren, who is the founder of the West Coast Computer Fair, and Liza Loop. And they'll be coming up shortly. They're standing by for the connection.
We're connecting now to
Hi, Jim.
Jim Warren.
Hi, John.
Stand by, Jim. We're going to be bringing up Liza in just a few moments.
Okay. It just said my video was turned off. That.
It takes a second. Just.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah, you know how Skype is. It's owned by Microsoft. Liza, welcome to the GeekFest.
Hi, Liza.
We're both on.
Hi.
I'm seeing Jim. I'm seeing John. I'm seeing Oliver.
Nice to see you again.
And are you also watching the stream as well?
No.
Oh, okay.
Because my bandwidth is limited, and I don't want to limit.
Yeah, we have some problems with the stream and people have to reload sometimes to check out if they're losing the connection. They need to restart the page, and we hope it works for the most of them. Yeah, we have Jim Warren on the left side and Liza Loop on the right side. And yeah, we are going into the details of what you have accomplished in early computing and until now. And we we like to start with Jim and talk about the Homebrew Computer Club, because you are an original member there, right? With John together.
I'm one step short of an original member. The Homebrew Computer Club. Let me back up for just a second. When did hobby computing start? Popular Electronics essentially started it in, what was it?
1975.
January of 1975. They had I'm going to hold it up here. There
it is.
The
cover.
Yeah.
That started it all.
They had a cover story on the MITS Altair. Now, about 6 months prior to that, they had another story inside about the Kim 1, which was a hobby computer. But the MITS Altair on the cover of Popular Electronics seemed to be the starting point. And within just a few months, a man named Gordon French, who was an electroniker in Silicon Valley, decided to get some of his friends together and people that he knew. Yes, John.
I remember, I think it was the third or fourth computer, the computer meeting where they had it at Aristodero High School or Aristodero School, where Steve Dampierre had a 6-transistor radio. He put it on top of the altar, and it played "Fool on the Hill."
Yeah. But the first meeting was Gordon French got together some of his electronics friends. He was an electronicer in unincorporated Menlo Park on right next to Palo Alto, and held the first meeting in his garage, single-car garage with a dirt floor. I think there were 6 or 8 people there. Well, I missed that meeting, but I did make it to the second meeting, so I'm sort of part of the beginning of the Homebrew Computer Club. But the Homebrew Club it started a few months later, and it just exploded as word spread around Silicon Valley. Am I giving you feedback?
No, you're fine. I just wanted to say I also missed the first one, so don't feel bad.
Yeah. But the meeting went from meeting in his garage. It got too big. He didn't have enough chairs. Then it moved to a school, I think, for a while, and then it moved 3 or 4 places into a classroom at Stanford, and finally ended up at the auditorium of SLAC, Stanford Linear Accelerator Center, which was this huge room, seated 300 or 400 people. It had I sent you, Oliver, I sent you a picture of that meeting room. Can you put it up or not?
I didn't got this mails. Maybe it got lost somewhere.
Don't worry about it.
Okay.
Anyway, it seated maybe 300 or 400 people. It was a lecture room where it was banked, and down in the front was the speaker.
I have this photo on our start page at geekfestberlin.com. It's a photo made by Lee Felsenstein. And it's on the start screen of our page.
Good. Okay, good. But you can get an idea of the size of it. And this room was commonly packed. All the seats were taken. People were standing up in the back of the room, sitting on the stairs going down to the podium area, down to the lecture area. And unlike almost every other organization I'd ever been a part of, or I had chaired, they operated in a very different way. It was really fun and phenomenally productive. Lee Felsenstein had become the dictator, the interlocutor. Gordon French just was content to move off the side and take care of the software library. And Lee would wait until enough people got into the auditorium, in his opinion, and then he'd slam a stick on the podium and say, "Okay, let's settle down. Let's start the meeting." And he'd describe how the meeting worked. It has 2 parts. First part is the mapping session, in which anybody who wants to can hold up their hand, and whenever I decide, I will recognize them, and they can talk as long as they want to until I get tired of listening to them. Then I'd say sit down and go to the next person. And that went on for maybe an hour or so. People would stand up and say, "I have," or "I want," or "Have you heard about?" or "I don't think this works," or "You have a solution to this problem." "I've got a solution to this problem." And after an hour or so, whoever was in there had spotted 5 or 10 people that they wanted to talk to. When Lee felt that it was time, in his dictatorial opinion, he would say, "Okay, mapping session is over, now it's random access." And people all over the room would start milling around, going to people that they wanted to talk to exchange information. What, John?
Yeah, there was a short break, I think, between the random access and the mapping periods, I remember. Because during one of those times, Steve...
maybe it was in the early days, but it certainly wasn't when in the auditorium. I mean, boy, when he said, "Okay, random access," just everybody went every place. And I referred to it as Silicon Valley's trade secret swap shop. Because, all sorts of people from industry, from Signetics, Fairchild, Intel, Hewlett Packard, were attending these meetings, and somebody has a solution to that problem. I'm going to go talk to him. Or, that guy has that problem. I had that same problem. I solved it. I'll announce it, and then maybe he'll come to me. And he did. And I mean, it probably drove patent attorneys crazy. But it was just a phenomenal meeting. Just one short story about it, or short quip about it, is one of the things that homebrew or hobby computer people commonly got in talking to somebody else who wasn't already in hobby computing was, well, you have a hobby computer, but what do you do with it? And the answer was, the same thing that you do with a model train. You enjoy it. You play with it. You see what it can do. You change things. And it was just a phenomenal meeting and a phenomenal set of meetings. And because I was also, by that time, editor of Dr. Dobbs' journal, there were like three publications. There was four publications. There was People's Computer newspaper run by Bob Albrecht.
Yeah.
There was Byte magazine.
I want to go a little bit to Lisa and ask her if she also ever was at Homebrew Computer Club.
Yeah, not very often. It's funny because I'm republishing the Homebrew Computer Club newsletters. People are beginning to associate me with Homebrew, and actually, I think I only went to 2 or 3 meetings, but I also wrote a little bit for the newsletter, and so I was a very minor character. Also, I was only one of the few women there, so that also creates prestige in today's situation. But about the same time that Homebrew was starting, I started the Sonoma County Computer Club, and news of Homebrew filtered up north, Sonoma County, and my Sonoma County members were going down, going down to Park, which is 80 miles, 100 miles from here, in Sonoma County, and they'd come back to Lubbock and say, we learned this, we learned that.
Great.
So yeah, I
that
had
was
a great time.
The same time you had what was the name? County Club?
Sonoma is the name of the county.
Yeah. Okay.
And it's in the country north of San Francisco. And because the area is quite rural, we often refer to things going on in Sonoma County instead of referring to the specific cities. So I was in a small town, but we drew from all over this area, which is, I don't know how many, 100 miles across. And the largest city is San Francisco. Menlo Park is another hour's drive south of that. So if you were a techie and you were living in Sonoma County, you had to go south in order to get your fix of other techies. And it's amazing when you sort of run up the flag and say, well, I know there's techies off in the woods here. Would you like to get together? People show up.
Yeah. And, Jim.
So essentially, people in Sonoma County had close to a 2-hour drive each way to get to the Homebrew Computer Club and then get back home. And furthermore, the Homebrew Club would do the mapping session, then the random access, and eventually people would start trickling out, and then the real hardcore would continue by going over, they closed the auditorium, but they would continue by going over to a beer hall and go on till midnight.
Midnight wasn't necessarily the time to stop.
Oh, no.
I don't remember the name of it, but I certainly remember the watering hole. At the time, they would people smoke in there, and I never showed up there because of my allergy to smoke. But I know that hall very well. And Warren, I have a question for you. Were you the one that did the Silicon Valley Gazette or Silicon Valley Gulch?
Silicon Gulch.
Was that you?
Silicon Gulch Gazette. Yeah.
That was you.
There were, by then there was a standard name, or everybody referred to the south end of the San Francisco Bay Area, San Jose, Menlo Park, Cupertino, where Apple is now located, Palo Alto. That whole area down there was filled with electronics companies and high-tech companies, and had come to be referred to as Silicon Valley. Well, I thought I would, when I started to put out a newspaper to publicize the West Coast computer fairs, I decided to name it the Silicon Gulch Gazette, and that was where the name came from.
It used to be called the Valley of Heart's Delight, and in a sense, and be all beautiful apple, plum, peach orchards.
Oh, you're talking about the Silicon
what's now
Valley.
Silicon Valley, yeah, was the Valley of Heart's Delight before that. So some of us are interested in getting a little bit of that back from the electronics industry.
You want me to go to the, yeah.
We have your version of Dr. Dobbs.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
And in fact, here is the very first issue.
Yeah, you've got the original. My one is reprinted. Reprinted.
Yeah.
Great, you have the originals. Yeah. And,
well, you want to know how that got started?
Not long later, you started the first computer fair, Jim, right?
Well, let me back up to Dr. Dobbs' journal, because that was really first came the Popular Electronics cover story. Next came the Homebrew Computer Club, and incidentally, a whole bunch of other clubs started up around the United States. The largest one was the Amateur Computer Group of New Jersey. Started up just a week or two after, maybe within a month, after the Homebrew had its first meeting in a garage. And the two didn't know about each other for probably 6 or 8 months. I mean, they were just popping up, hobbyists were popping up every place. Well, People's Computer Company newspaper, which was mostly focused on games programmed in BASIC, very strange newspaper put out by a guy named Bob Albrecht, who had also founded People's Computer Company, where you could come and play with computers. Sure. John?
He had there was a small little strip mall right there in Menlo Park, and called the People's Computer Company, and they had PDP-8s connected together running EduBasic, and a lot of the kids from all of the local schools. I think, Lassie, you had something to do with that, right?
I have that machine. It's part of the History of Computing and Learning and Education Virtual Museum.
Oh, that's
Go ahead,
great.
Jim, I'm sorry.
Well, part of Bob Albrecht had started. He was opposed to computer-aided instruction. He said, "I don't want computers to control people. I want people to control computers." And so he opened up this storefront operation right across from the train station in Menlo Park, and got Hewlett-Packard to donate a bunch of programmable desktop calculators to him, and any that were programmed in BASIC, and anybody who wanted to could come in, after many of them kids after school, and he would teach them how to program, and then they could write games and do that sort of thing. Well, when he shut down that, well, actually other people took over the operation of the walk-in center, and he started a newspaper also called People's Computer Company. Let me just finish this, John, and then let me just get to Dr. Dobbs, or how Dr. Dobbs came along. When personal computing came along and the Altair became popular, they started getting comments from their rather small readership saying, "Well, yeah, we know about all this hardware stuff, but where's the software? We really would like some software. How about a basic interpreter?" And so a guy named Dennis Allison, who was on the board of directors of the nonprofit People's Computer Center, wrote a series of 3 articles on the design of a stripped-down version of BASIC called Tiny Basic. And the first article was a basic overall design article in the first issue. The next one was more detailed, and the final one was in the 3rd issue of that year. And he ended it saying, okay, let us stand on each other's shoulders, not each other's toes. If some of you implement this, why don't you send the code in and we will copy it with a Xerox copier and mail it to anybody who sends us a self-addressed stamped envelope. Well, a bunch of envelopes came in. They sent out the
software in the mail.
They sent paper copies of the first thing that was done by, I can't remember the names now, out of Texas. And they got this flood of calls, of messages coming back in saying, don't stop now, we need more software. Well, Bob Albrecht said, hey, I don't know anything about programming in assembler language. I'm a basic programming guy. I don't want to do that. I can't do that in People's Computer Company newspapers, so they decided to start a magazine focused on more detailed, really techie level programming. And they gathered together Dennis's 3 articles. They gathered together Whipple and Arnold were the people who implemented the first version of Tiny Basic. And they sent in this printed out code, octal of the whole thing, and said,
looks like this.
That's it. No, that's the fancy version. That's the source code. They had loaded, and the letter with it said, we loaded this in, and by flipping switches on the front of the Altair, address, punch the address book. Flip the switches to contents, punch the contents. Flip the switch to the next address, punch the address, and so on. And they said, we got it running, runs great, but we had a little power glitch, and so now we're going to have to rekey it all in.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, that started the People's Computer Company saying, okay, let's put out a separate publication. They gathered together these articles, threw it on the desk of their paste-up artist who put together the newspaper, and said, Dennis and I are, Bob Albrecht and Dennis Allison said, we're going over to the local pub, put this together, it's going to be a new magazine of ours. And the paste-up artist didn't know anything about computing. He knew how to paste up printed content, or content for printing. So he started asking around the 3 or 4 people in the office, well, what's this about? Oh, it's about a version of Tiny Basic. Well, what's Tiny Basic? It's sort of an exercise in programming. Well, what's tiny about it? It doesn't use up very many bytes of memory. And so he invented the name Dr. Dobbs Journal of Computer Calisthenics and Orthodontia, running light without overbite. The calisthenics is exercises. Overbite had to do with dentists, but we're not using very many correcting dental problems. But anyway, that's where the title of the magazine came from. Dennis said, no, I can't. I'm a busy computer consultant. I can't edit this. Bob said, I don't know enough to edit it. Let's see who we can find who's a sucker who would work for almost nothing for our nonprofit little company here and edit it. Well, I had just gotten kicked out of the PhD, terminated from the PhD program at Stanford. My thesis advisor, who was about to lose his own tenure grab, which he lost, called me in 2 days before, or a week or so before Christmas, and said, Jim, you do good research, but you just don't write well enough to write a dissertation, therefore I'm terminating you. Oh, that was unhappy, but I'd been a computer consultant for about 10 years by then. And so, okay, I'm not, I no longer get funding as a PhD research student. And I started phoning around my other consultant contacts saying, hey, if you have any jobs that you don't want, let me know, and I'm available. And I called Dennis. He said, oh, I have just the thing for you. Come right over to dinner. The upshot was he talked me into editing Dr. Dodd's journal, and that's how I got into it.
Yeah.
There's a few things that I want to mention also. Every Wednesday night at the PCC, which is a People's Computer Company, they had a potluck dinner. That was a precursor to the Homebrew Computer Club. Because every Wednesday they would have this potluck dinner, I don't know, maybe 4 or 5 times, and then after that they decided that maybe we should have a club. And that's when the Homebrew Computer Club started, and Gordon French had it in his garage. And by the way, Tiny Basic was written by Li Chin Wang.
That was one version of Tiny Basic.
Yeah, one of the versions, yeah.
So
the first one was written by 2 guys named Whipple and Arnold out of some little small town in Texas, which is, 1,500 miles away from Silicon Valley. But anyway.
And Liza, you started a very, very early computer learning center, right?
Well, Bob Albrecht was my mentor. What happened for me, I mean, we were all intersecting. I figure there were about, maybe in the first 10 years, there were about 5,000 different people who were interested in making sure that the public, John Q. public, the ordinary people, learned about computing in order to fulfill what Bob Albrecht's idea, that people should be in charge of computers and not the other way around. So in order to stay in charge of computing, you had to know enough about it. What I used to say is, when you really understand and you're computer literate, you know when to turn the damn thing off. And you know that computers repeat solutions to problems that humans create. I mean, humans create the problems, humans create the statement of the problem and the algorithm to solve it. And then they program the computer. But you don't do that if you're not going to solve the same problem twice. Because you've solved it once before you can write the program. Anyway, what was the inspiration for me to begin with, which is one of the questions you sent me before this interview, was I took a course in Montessori education. And my first son was a newborn at that point, and I knew I was enough of a rebel so that I would have to supplement his education, because I would probably, even if he didn't rebel about school, I'd probably make sure that he had trouble in school. So I was preparing to be a proactive parent, and I took a course in Montessori education, which was co-taught by Dean Brown, who was a computer scientist. He actually subsequently started the Zilog Corporation, which made the first competitor to the Intel chips. Anyway, so Dean co-taught this course. I spent 5 minutes listening to Dean talk about teaching 5, 6, and 7-year-olds how to program in a text language called Pilot, their Montessori lessons, so that the other kids could play their Montessori lessons as computer games. And I said, that's my career, that's where I'm going. And I haven't looked back. That class met once a week for a couple of hours, and sitting in class one day, I decided that that what we needed in order to promote public computing, not just for special Montessori kids in one school, was public access computer centers. And Dean, I think maybe was on the board of PCC at that point.
People's Computer Company.
People's Computer Company. He was also a consultant at Stanford Research Institute. So he took me by the hand. I said, Dean, will you help me start this thing? And he said, yes. He and I and one other person were the founding members of it. And he took me by the hand and took me to Silicon Valley, and I went to potlucks People's Computer Company. He took me to SRI, and I got to play with a mouse before anybody knew what a mouse was. I waited about 2 years from that incident. So that was 71. In 73, I decided I probably wanted to start this computer center, and in 75 I started.
Yeah.
And what was its name?
Oh, it's a pun on my last name, which is Loop. I married a guy named Loop and took the name. But the computer center is spelled like co-op. It's Low-Op Center, and it stands for Learning Options Open Portal. That was before we started talking about, well, we did talk about ports on time-sharing computers. But the point of it was that it's a general-purpose educational nonprofit incorporated in California that's the umbrella. It's an umbrella for people to do projects related to any kind of learning, publishing, research. And the specific thing we did, first project that we did, was to open a second PCC, if you will, a public access storefront computer center, where people could come and play games. And I actually, my initial concept, which I never really implemented, was that it would be a a pinball parlor. And people would come and play games in the game parlor, and then there would be at least one of the games would be a computer terminal, and you'd start playing computer games. And if you developed an interest in that, you get to go into the second room, which is where you got more computer games and educational games and learned a little bit about computing. And if you got through that room, you got to go into the inner sanctum, where you were actually became a programmer.
And you started the center without having real computers there? You had the time-sharing terminals there, right?
Oh, come on now. This is the age of, quote, cloud computing.
Right.
We are back to time-sharing. The time-share computers were real. We did not have personal computers.
Were you involved with the Community Memory Project and Lee Felsenstein?
Oh yeah, I'd lived in Berkeley before that. So we just did. Germany seems to be where these streaming seminars are coming from. We just did one based in Lüneburg, and I haven't got the video up yet. But Lee Felsenstein, we've got an hour of Lee Felsenstein talking about the starting community memory and the free speech movement and the interaction of computing and the counterculture, if you will.
Yeah. Jim, yeah.
Just sort of an overview for a second. California started out or was first settled by gold rush people who were going to go out and do something different and make a lot of money. And that was a century and a half ago. But even in the 50s and 60s and 70s and on through to today, there is still an attitude of rebellion, independence. I'm going to do my own thing. I'll be a risk taker and hope for the rewards, but I will also accept the possible penalties of doing it my own way and being my own boss. And that characteristic, which is probably most reflected in Silicon Valley, in the San Francisco Bay Area, but also throughout the most of California and in many ways much of the West Coast, is how I think that it's how much of this innovation happened. You look at the East Coast; they're much more conservative, socially conservative. They tend to follow the leader. They tend to join corporations and be corporate people. Go ahead. I just wanted to get in that 2 cents.
As a native of Massachusetts, and one who got this attitude long before I came to California, let's expand your idea. I don't want to counteract your idea, but let's expand your idea and say there are pockets of innovators all over the world, and part of our objective is to spread that attitude and encourage people. So let's not get too provincial about it.
And Boston, Massachusetts are certainly I mean, to me, that's the East Coast Silicon Valley. Go ahead, John. Or I'm sorry.
How many have seen the HBO series Silicon Valley? Anybody here in Germany? Pretty silly, isn't it? I thought it was pretty silly.
It's obvious that whoever wrote the script knows Silicon Valley very well.
Steve Wozniak had something to do with that, I believe.
I'm sorry?
Steve Wozniak had something to do with that, I suspect.
Lisa, you got a sign?
Well, there's another TV show that people might be interested in called Computer Chronicles.
Yeah, I like that one.
Is that still running?
Well, it doesn't matter because we have these wonderful devices that store and forward things. So
I was the founding host of Computer Chronicles and hosted it for its first 2 seasons.
Yeah, please.
But that was back in the early '80s or so.
Lots of great things happened in the early '80s. This is the US Festival that Steve Wozniak put on.
Yeah.
Is this from the Oz the Oz Fest?
It's called the US Festival, 1983. Yeah.
Oh wow! Great.
Big rock
I was at both of them. I was at both of the ones. The one in '81 and I think '82.
But Jim,
well, this is
let's talk about the computer fairs that you organized. Please come to that.
Oh, okay, all right. I had, I'd started editing Dr. Dobbs' journal. There were basically 3 or 4 computer publications nationwide, and as a result, those very few publications got feedback from every place, all the new vendors, all the wannabe manufacturers. Everybody was feeding information into the 3 or 4 of us who were editors, so that we in turn could publish it and circulate it and get the word out. And then the amateur computer, Saul Liebes with the Amateur Computer Group of New Jersey started or had a hobby fest, a computer hobby fest called the Trenton Computer Festival or something like that. And it was a great success. Then someplace, I think Cleveland, the Cleveland Hobby Computer Club had a little conference or event, exposition. And that was a great success. Denver had one. And one night I was talking to the then treasurer of the Homebrew Computer Club and said, gee, I know, I had been called by a guy named John Dilks in Atlantic City, New Jersey, called me up and said, we are going to hold the Personal Computing Festival of 1976 here in August in Atlantic City. We would love for you to come. Well, I don't know. And be one of the keynote speakers along with one of the founders of Big Computers and his wife, whose name I can't remember at the moment. Wow, I could be on the same podium with him? Okay, and so I decided to go, and I was talking to the Homebrew Computer Club editor and saying, hey, are you going to go to this thing, to this computer festival in Atlantic City in August? And he said, Atlantic City? I don't think so. And I said, yeah, we were complaining about nothing happening out here. And I said, there really should be something happening out here. He said, I agree. I said, well, okay, why don't we put together one? And he said, Bob Reiling said, oh, okay, let's do. I went to the computer festival in Atlantic City. Atlantic City was a terrible place, but it was an ecstatic festival. I mean, it was jammed with people. It was in a hotel where the air conditioning broke down, but everybody loved it. And when a few hours before I flew out, I wrote up a leaflet saying, we're going to do a computer festival in the Bay Area. Anybody interested, please contact me. And I circulated it around among the exhibitors and anybody who wanted to pick it up. Got back to Bay Area, had a whole bunch of messages, and that was largely before email, come in saying, oh, we want to be part of that. That would be wonderful. I got a hold of Bob Reiling, said, okay, where will we do it? Well, let's do it at Stanford. That was what I was familiar with. And I was thinking about a conference, and if somebody wanted to exhibit things out on the patio, they could. Oh, well, Stanford said yes first, and then said, no, can't use it after all, fraternity is grabbed. So we went up to San Francisco and looked at the place where both of us had gone to computer conferences before, the Civic Auditorium and Hall in San Francisco, which was the biggest exhibit facility in San Francisco at the time, and looked around and said, now I was a hippie making $350 a month as editing Dr. Dobbs' journal, but I enjoyed it. He was a mid-level engineering manager at Philco Ford. He was a straight guy. He wore a suit. I went in there in moccasins, blue jeans, and a torn T-shirt. And we talked to the convention center, and they said, yes, time is available. We said, okay, gee, we'd like to have it on this weekend that's open here. The convention center manager said, sure, happy to have you. It's open. Okay, how do we go about it? Well, first of all, you put down a deposit. Okay, how much is the deposit? I don't know, $600 or something. Oh, boy, that's a lot of money. Okay, I guess we can. And then what will the rest of the cost be? $13,000 a day, or some huge amount of money. And we sort of gulped and said, oh, well, I don't know, we'll think about it. Bob and I went back and sat down at a Bayside cafe and said, can we afford this? And I pulled a paper napkin out with the paper napkin hold and said, well, Atlantic City drew 350 people. We should be able to draw at least 500. And they charge $3. Hey, that's really be high priced and charge $5. But we'll have special prices for students and for seniors and that sort, and Homebrew Computer Club members and so on. And I did that. They had about 180 or 100 exhibitors in Atlantic City. Gee, here in the home of Silicon Valley, you should be able to get at least 150 or 200. They charged them $100 to exhibit. Let's charge them 150. Oh boy! And I did the multiplication, did the addition, and I had no idea of this making any money. I'd already announced it just because it sounded like a really exciting event. And I totaled it up and looked at the number, and I looked up at Bob and said, wow, not only could we probably cover the cost of the Civic Auditorium for those 3 days, we might even make some money off of this. What a deal! That's how the first computer fair came into existence.
The different prices on the tickets were a little problem at the beginning of the show, I heard.
Oh, yeah, it was a nightmare. I had, neither of us had ever organized a convention or a conference. Oh, incidentally, I called it the West Coast Computer Fair, spelled F-A-I-R-E, after what had been happening for some years of a Renaissance fair, where people came in costumes. So that's where I got the name F-A-I-R-E.
Yeah.
John, go ahead.
Yeah, I want to talk about my experiences at the fourth West Coast Computer Fair. At that time, I was serving jail time for my phone freak activities, but I was allowed to go to the fair during the day and go back to jail at night. So at the 4th West Coast Computer Fair, I was working with Matthew McIntosh from the San Francisco Apple Pie Group, and they had a booth there. Right next door to the Apple Pie booth was the 4th Interest Group booth, and I had just developed a very early release of EasyWriter, my word processor program, and Matthew was selling the disks there at the show, and we couldn't reproduce the disks fast enough. We had crowds of people. Steve Wozniak come up to me and says, "Go to the Apple booth right away." So I go to the Apple booth just in time to see Randy Wigginton throw a pie in Dave Gordon's face for copying the Apple ROM.
It was Chris.
And Steve Wozniak put out this little brochure called the Zoltaire with write-only memory. And it was this little brochure. He had thousands of these things printed up. He had people hand them out to people. And everybody was wondering whether it was a real product or not.
By the way, it was Chris Espinoza who was.
Oh, yes, it was
the
Chris
strike.
Espinoza. Yes, that's
Yeah,
right.
yeah. Randy was insisting on that. He did.
Oh, he did not do that,
didn't-
okay.
No,
Yeah.
no, he didn't.
Okay.
No, no.
But that's what happened
Oh,
here.
2 fingers. Now it's not easy. Liza, go
Go
first.
ahead.
Liza, go first.
Well, I just have another story that relates to Jim's comment about the organization of the fair. Because I was the first speaker on the first day, and there were several simultaneous ones at 8 o'clock in the morning, and starting off the education track. And 3/4 of my audience was standing out there on the sidewalk trying to get those tickets. But the room was full anyway. The thing that I think is interesting to say about this is because I've been running the hobby club in Sonoma County, I've been dealing mostly with hobbyists and engineers and wannabe engineers, hobbyist engineers. And so I titled my talk, Sharing Your Computer Hobby with the Kids. And it was a tutorial for geek types to go in and be a guest speaker in elementary and high school, junior high school classrooms. So I was, I set it up to be talking about how to talk to kids. I assumed that my audience already knew how to program in BASIC or assembler and already knew how to turn a computer on. And what I ended up with was a room full of teachers, all of whom wanted to know how they could bring computing, how they could use computing in their classrooms or for themselves. So I just had to throw out my talk. The talk is published in the proceedings and it's published on my acle.org website. But it was amazing that although we did get the geeks and the computer enthusiasts who already were in on the secrets, we also got this huge outpouring of people who had, as I had, this intuition or suspicion or fear that computing was going to be important and you better learn about it.
Yeah.
I thought that was fun.
Jim?
Yeah. You asked about the problems, and Lisa mentioned that most of the people were outside. We didn't know how to run a convention, so I had set one price for kids, one price for teenagers, one price for seniors, another price for homebrew members, another price for university students, and a regular attendee price. Turned out to be, and we sold tickets before the convention, before the computer fair, as well as on site. Well, it turned out to be a total nightmare because we held the tickets and then they were supposed to come in with their letter and pick up the tickets. We had hundreds, if not 1,000 or so of tickets that we were going to try and hand out. And an hour or so after we'd opened the doors, somebody came up and said, "Hey, Jim, you realize that you have 5 lines wrapped around the city block that is the Civic Auditorium, and they're meeting in the back?" I said, "Oh, no." And I went out, and there were 2 lines around one side going to 2 of the ticket booths, or the entry booths, the pre-registered booths, and 3 more lines coming around from the other side going to the ticket for sale booths. And I came back in, but nobody was angry. It was sunny. It was a nice day. Everybody was, well, what, do you know anything about this? Yeah, I have a computer. Really? Wow. Yeah, I have a computer. Oh, I do too. How much memory do you have in yours? Oh, I have 512 bytes. Oh, well, I have 1,024. I have over 1,000 bytes of memory. But people were just enjoying the day and chatting about what they were trying to figure out what was going on. So I went back in, got Bob Reiling, and said, hey, we've got to clear these lines out. So he stood on one side of the pre-registered door, I stood on the other side, and we would say, have you pre-registered? Yes, I'm here to get my ticket. Here's a ticket, go on in. And we cleared out the pre-registered line on the spot, and then the rest, the payees on site had to suffer along. But just one other thing is, during the height of the fair, and this happened with all of them, I started to go back in to check how the exhibition area was. You didn't walk. You sort of looked at which way the aisles were oozing, and you slipped into the one that was oozing in the direction you wanted, and when you got to where you wanted, you slipped back out to the side. The mob
It was easier for you because you were on roller skates.
Yeah, I can remember the lines. I can remember people were picnicking in the park there, talking about computers while they were waiting in line. It was crazy. I'd never seen anything like that.
Yeah, about the third or fourth fair. I back when I was a math teacher, I also taught roller skating at night, and so I was really good on roller skates. And walking around that convention center, the size of a city block, for 4 days, 5 days, setup day, 3 days of show, a day of shutdown. Oh boy, I was really tired. So I decided, well, what the heck? I'm going to put on my skates and roll around. It'll be a lot easier. And on setup day, I was rolling around, and the exhibitors would sort of take a double take and said, "You're on roller skates." I said, "Yeah, I'm on." Wow, that's weird. Hey, look, if we followed tradition, this whole industry wouldn't exist. Oh, yeah. And the other advantage of it was not only was it much easier on my body, but it put my head up above most of the crowd, and it wasn't bobbing up and down walking, it was rolling along. So anybody who wanted to find Jim, look for the head that's rolling. Go ahead. I think we're close to your sunset time, aren't we? Or whatever you want to do.
Lisa, you had at the beginning of your Loop Center not so many computers there, and at one point Steve Wozniak showed up, right?
This is a segue from the Homebrew Computer Club conversation that we had, because in one of those mapping sessions, I was there, and when Lee recognized me, I said, by the way, I'm taking computers into classrooms, and talked about Loop Center's program where we literally put our computers in the back of a pickup truck because they were not personal computers, and took them to the local elementary school and ran classes, 40 hours of computing classes for 4th, 5th, and 6th graders. Steve Wozniak was actually writing BASIC for the Apple outside the hall while that was going on. Wasn't there also a talk often, Jim, at Homebrew? I think there was a talk as well as the mapping session and the free for all.
Talk about what?
Well, often there was an invited speaker as well at Homebrew.
Actually, that didn't happen until much later on. The height of the Homebrew Club were, boy, it was the mapping session and then the random access.
Okay, well, Steve Steve was there. Steve heard me say I was taking computers into schools and into classrooms. And he came up and said, hey, I'm building this computer, and I'm wondering if you'd be willing to show it around. And I said, sure. And he said, well, I don't have one for you yet, but I'll be in touch. And we exchanged our information, which of course was on paper because we didn't have cell phones and such. And that was 1975. So in sort of mid-76, he came up to one of the Sonoma County Computer Club meetings and showed the Apple.
Apple One.
Then,
I believe it was Apple II.
No, the Apple One.
No,
right?
It was Apple One.
Oh, it is Apple I, okay.
This was before the Apple was being sold.
This was at SCCS, Southern California, right?
This was in Cotati, California, in Sonoma County,
Oh,
in early 1976. And he showed an Apple and said, by the way, which was a prototype, and said, by the way, I have something for you, and handed me a box. And I opened it. It looked like a pizza box, and said, what's this? And he said, well, that's the first Apple I. And I want you to take it into schools. And I said, well, thanks very much. I can take this motherboard into schools, but it won't do me much good. What am I supposed to do with it? And he said, well, find someone who will build you a power supply in a box and go down to Palo Alto to this electronics store and buy a Cherry Pro keyboard. And this kind of monitor or that kind of monitor will work, so get yourself a monitor. Put it all together, and by the way, I'll be sending you a card to stick into this slot, which is an interface to an audio
tape recorder.
And if you fiddle with this pot and the tone and the volume of the tape recorder, you may be able to get it to load BASIC.
Maybe.
So I did all that. So anyway, that's Apple I number one.
Yeah.
And he said, by the way, I wanted to take it and give it to you, and my partner won't let me, so I had to buy it. So.
You still own it, right?
Well, I never owned it. Loop Center, which is a corporation, owns it.
Yeah, okay.
So it's the crown jewel in my collection of historical computer stuff. And I say mine, but it really belongs, the nonprofits that belong to the citizens of the state they're incorporated in. So it belongs to the citizens of California.
Oh, that's great.
I'm the custodian. And people often ask me, does it work? And all I can say is, it worked the last time I tried it, as well as it ever worked. But the rest of this story, I would not apply electricity to it now because it's a collector's item, and I don't want to find out that I can smoke it. But so I got it put together. Glenn Worstel built a power supply. I've got the keyboard is sitting in my living room. The computer itself is in storage because it's valuable now, and I don't want to have somebody steal it.
Yeah.
So it's squirreled away. I still have the monitor, I still have the box, but I got it all put together, learned how to load BASIC, was invited to take it to actually Windsor Junior High School to a math class and tried to teach a little BASIC programming language with it. However, a school class is 45 minutes, 40 minutes. So, and the classroom we were in was being used by another class before the math class that I was invited to teach in. And so I couldn't get into the room before class. So the strategy was, because it took 20 minutes to load BASIC, so get in, and if you unplugged it, of course, it lost its memory.
It's gone.
Yeah. So that meant go into the classroom, plug it in, try to get it to load, let it load for 20 minutes, hope that it loaded, teach a little BASIC while the thing is loading. Then it's loaded. Then you can, and if you're lucky, it comes up on the screen and says ready. Then you type in 10 print, hi, here we are. 20 20, go to 10.
Right, yeah. We know that loop.
Okay, so if we were lucky, we could get it to do that. And in the earlier 20 minutes, I'd introduced BASIC and told the kids to write something that was a print statement. And so I'd type in one, and they'd get to run it and see that the screen filled up with hello, here we are. And then we'd press Control C, which doesn't do the same thing anymore. And somebody else one of the kids would type in their short program. However, we're now at minute 30, and that particular Apple I, the first one, overheated rather quickly. Okay. It would run for 40 minutes. Oh. So it would crash, and then I'd have to load BASIC again. So I went back to, let me finish it. I went back to Woz and said, this is great. This is exactly what I want, except that I can't teach in this context with this thing because it doesn't run. And Steve said, give it back to me, and I'll fix it. Months later, I was calling him once every 2 or 3 weeks saying, well, how are you doing with the Apple? Because I had to use PDP-8. And I couldn't take it into schools because the PDP-8 weighed 200 pounds. It was a core memory. So after a while, Woz started saying, don't get impatient. It did come back to me. It still didn't work. I took it back to him again. Still didn't stay working. And after several months, he said, okay, I have something else for you. And he had a prototype Apple II. And so I said, okay, now what do I do? He said, well, just take the Apple one out of the box that you have, put this one in, plug everything in, and it should run just fine. And so I said, okay, well, do you want the Apple I back? He said, yeah, you can keep it.
Did you got the letter from Steve Jobs that was offering to swap the Apple I to an Apple II?
Oh, I think we did it on the phone. I don't know that there was ever a letter.
Okay, because he was sending out letters to all Apple I users, and a lot of them switched their original Apple I. I think they don't like the idea.
I have 200 Banker boxes of artifacts, of papers, documents, which I'm scanning as fast as I can to be the History of Computing and Learning and Education Virtual Museum, which is hcle.org. For anybody that's interested. It's not HOLE, which your spell corrector will try and get you to do. It's HCLE.
We have a link under your biography if anyone is interested.
Okay, but anyway, I may have that letter, but the stuff is homogenized. It's randomly in the 200 boxes. So the first thing I'm doing is going through and saying, oh, this is a laundry list, this is my kids' homework, this is an artifact for the History Museum.
Okay.
Yeah, Jim, thank you. Go ahead.
Oh, just to comment about Woz. I mean, I knew, as you did, I knew both Woz and Jobs. And when Woz built the original Apple, he really didn't think at all about it being a product. He just wanted a hobby computer that worked the way he wanted it to work, that he could do what he wanted to. And he had gone to Hewlett-Packard, which he was an employee with them at the time, and said, gee, I'd like to build this computer, and my friend might even want to sell some of them. Could we do this, a little hobby computer? And the Hewlett-Packard executive said, oh, yeah, that hobby computing thing, that's not going to amount to anything. We give you permission because otherwise he couldn't compete. You're not going to be competing with Hewlett-Packard. Dumb move. But Woz was never and still isn't, I want to make money, I want to be powerful and wealthy and stuff like that. He was just, he was and still is a player. He liked to do interesting things that challenged the heart and mind. Whereas Steve Jobs Steve was just amazing in so many ways. He was terrible in many ways, and he was one of the best promoters I've ever known. Like when I think the second or third year after Apple had gotten started, there was a national computer conference in Anaheim, California, down in Southern California, for big computer people and big computers and big people, they took over Disneyland, and every hotel and convention facility there was used, had like 100,000 people attending or something. Steve Jobs had the bright idea to offer if anybody is wearing a badge that is an attendance badge at the National Computer Conference, you and your family can come into Disneyland all evening long for free. Phenomenal promoter. When Apple hit the target that they had set for a year, he took most, if not all, of the Apple few employees at the time to Hawaii. But he was also somebody who refused to support the woman that had a child by, and refused to give any child support. Anyway, interesting times in Silicon Valley.
Yeah.
I don't know how much more time we have.
Oh, we have about a half an hour to talk, I think.
Well, let's talk about education.
Yes, let's do this.
Let's talk about computers, freedom, and privacy.
9:50. Yeah, we have about a half an hour. So, Liza, you really pushed the idea of bringing computers into education. I would say you were not in favor of the classical classroom setting, I think. Can you talk about that?
Thank you. Yes, I sure can.
Good.
I'd love to talk about that. And I just actually went to a lecture from somebody else who was talking about set and settings. This happened to be a talk on medical use of psychedelics that I went to a week ago. But I thought that the idea of thinking in terms of set and settings, and by set she meant mindset, is a really interesting way to look at learning and education. Because it's a combination of what the person brings into the environment, which is the set, mindset, and then what the setting is, which includes everything that's there as you're learning. So it includes the teacher, the classroom, or if you're on the street in a ghetto in an inner city, it's everything that's surrounding you. So what we've seen as we talk about the computer fair is that there was a general mindset of people interested in what this new phenomenon was of computing. And there was a huge outpouring of people who wanted to learn. And they would learn from anything, any way that they could. So I see that as a general metaphor for learning in general. The reason why I'm asking us to look at our educational system is because we've kind of co-opted the concept of learning to be used only to apply to that which is taught consciously or intentionally. But actually, just as anybody in these computer clubs could be a teacher. If you knew something that somebody else didn't know, I want to learn from you, you're my teacher. And not only that, if I've discovered or I've learned something that you don't know and you want to know, then I become the teacher. So this idea that we're all teachers, we're all learners, is wonderfully demonstrated in the growth of the whole popular computing. Yeah, Jim?
Before the Homebrew Computer Club got started, but in the Bay Area, in the San Francisco Bay Area, there was something called the Mid-Peninsula Free University. which was a radical spin-off and parasite off of Stanford. And in their statement of purpose, anybody could sign up, anybody could take any course, anybody could teach any course, and offer any course. It was a standard $10 a quarter or something like that. That was it. And in the statement of purpose, we said something about we hold that one is never too young to teach nor too old to learn, that the natural state of humanity is endless curiosity. And that certainly fits with what Lisa was describing.
And those
many
two...
of those many of those free university people ended up coming on into computing.
And so before the time that I'm talking about now, I was in Berkeley, and I think the first free university was in Berkeley, and Lee was in Berkeley, Lee Felsenstein. So, yeah, that's certainly the concept of the free university, free teaching, free learning the computer serves as a wonderful metaphor for that. Now I've lost my train of thought here.
Yeah, today there are a lot of online courses you can take, and do you think this is this something you thought of back in the days?
Well, actually, this comes out of the concept of distance learning, which has been going on since the Greeks. So, yeah, I thought of it, but I thought of it because I stand on the shoulders of many giants. So I think that the thing that computing brings to the party, the distance learning party, and the everybody a teacher, everybody a learner party, is what I used the phrase earlier, store and forward. In order to teach, many times we store the information that we want to offer to somebody else, and then we forward it to them. If we're limited to communicating face-to-face, then we store it in our own memories and we speak it or we demonstrate it. If we've got writing, whether it's clay tablets or Gutenberg Bibles or whatever, we store it in a written form and we forward it. And we add that to our face-to-face teaching. Now we have these handheld devices that we carry on our person or our Google Glasses or whatever we've got, where we can receive the stored messages anywhere, anytime. Not quite, because it's only anytime, anywhere where there's a Wi-Fi connection, and that isn't most of the world.
Or a cellular connection.
Yeah.
If you can afford it.
If you can afford it. So we have the capacity to have universal connectivity, but we haven't implemented it yet. So we're all learners all the time. We're all teaching all the time. Many of us, certainly the privileged world, if you will, have access all the time to these computer-controlled communication devices. It completely changes the setting for supporting learning, what we call supporting learning teaching or educating. That's revolutionary. And it's 50 years since the free universities first started, and we're still struggling with, do we create environments where we put walls around a group of people whom we push into the room that has those walls, limit the stimulus that's in them, and tell them, you have to learn what somebody else tells you you're supposed to learn. Not only that, we're going to take away all the stimulus that might let you learn what you're interested in learning. So what we're doing today is taking iPads, which are wonderful receiving devices for all this stored and forwarded, whether it's online courses or whether it's an app or whether it's Wikipedia. We're taking those into a classroom. The kids know perfectly well how to get to the outside world with it. So what we have to do is give that machine a frontal lobotomy before we can let them have it in a classroom. There's a whole lot more education going on outside the classroom than there is inside the classroom. So when people start asking these questions about well, do computers help teachers? It's like, of course they do. Of course they are a potential tool. They're a tool for everybody who wants to learn to use them. But do they help teachers to truncate the ability of the teacher to control what the learner is learning? I see them more as Trojan horses that break down the walls of the classroom and make it possible for anybody, any learner, to access a huge variety of teachers. And by the way, anybody who writes an app or writes something that they put online is a teacher. It's not just the person standing in that four-walled classroom with an intent to teach.
Tomorrow you should listen to the speak of Ruben Paul. He will be he will be on our last panel, and he's a 10-year-old, and he's the CEO of his own gaming company, and he does educational software, and he does cyber awareness trainings for kids. So he shows them how to write a good password, and it's really. When I hear you talking, I always a little bit think of Ruben. He's you need to, maybe you contact him. So
Ruben
Paul.
can be a wunderkind.
Yeah.
Ruben has the advantage of having the support of his father, who is being the scaffold so that he, as a 10-year-old, can teach what he knows. That's a really important, again, that's the setting. And what computing does is it lets the huge number of us, some of us are children, access teachers when they don't have that personal parent or family member or community member who can teach them what they need.
Okay.
You got to turn something off. Jim, you had a question that I ran over.
I was just going to, I taught mathematics for 10 years, and I've certainly paid attention to what goes on in schools and educational systems for the rest of my life. And one of the things that I found over and over is that there's still many teachers, usually older ones, who are very fearful and suspicious of computers, and they don't much want. Many of them do want to learn about it, but many of them really resist and don't like it at all that these computers are intruding into their instruction. So it's a problem.
Yeah, I ran across that a lot with some of my old friends from the ham radio days. They're now 60, 70 years old too, and they just don't like my computer. Like my brother, for instance, he's always getting himself into trouble with his computer, and always calling me to help him out. So he's a Windows computer person.
Well, that gives me a chance to mention something else that I think is really important. Especially this event is called the GeekFest, and I assume most of the folks who are participating are pretty technically oriented. And what I found running the Public Access Computer Center and doing, I'm a professional beginner. I don't get very far into the techne of the computer itself. And I'm not really interested in the machines. They're interesting puzzles, but what I'm interested in is people and how people learn and how people can make wonderful, fulfilling lives for themselves. I think that everybody needs to be computer literate in the sense that they need to know enough not to be intimidated, enough about computing, not to be intimidated by the customer service person who says, oh, you can't have that information because the computer won't let me give it to you. It's like, No, the computer is not the gatekeeper. There's a person who's responsible. Don't hide behind the machine. We
Yeah,
need to
the computer did not make the mistake. The programmer or the user made the mistake.
Or sometimes it's not the programmer. Sometimes it's the person who's instructing the programmer and telling them what to put in, what to make the machine do. So there's that. Don't let people become peripherals to the machine. There's also that if we're going to have democratic decision making, we're going to have to make some decisions about what we let computers do. This will give a segment for you, Jim. And that means we have to know enough about the technology to know what kinds of controls we want to have on it. I think it's perfectly valid for a teacher who is a wonderful teacher in some area that is not technical to not want a computer in his or her classroom and to not want to have to take themselves away from their own expertise and specialty and become a specialist in something else. That's not the point. But as democratic citizens, we have some need to be generalists. And as intelligent consumers, we need to know enough about computing to know when somebody is bullying us by putting the machine in front of them. And as workers, as wage earners, we need to be able to use these tools for our own productivity to make sure that we can continue to support ourselves and our families. So those are my reasons for wanting sort of ubiquitous understanding of computing, not because I think everybody's going to become a geek. Me first. I'm not going to be either.
Yeah.
Did that make sense?
I like to ask the people here in the room if there are any questions that you'd like to address to our speakers.
Oliver?
Okay, no, actually. Okay, yeah, Jim?
Just a quickie before I forget it, because I've been forgetting it throughout the session here. There is a German documentary filmmaker who came and interviewed Larry Tesler, Lee Felsenstein, myself, and several others. And the documentary is called The West Coast Revolution, How a Bunch of Nerds Have Changed Our Lives. It will be aired on German and French public television early or sometime next year. He was hoping for this year, but it's going to be next year. But keep an eye out for it. It's an hour-long documentary.
Yes, we do.
And if you want to talk about the civil liberties stuff, that's fine. And if not, that's fine too. I like the idea of some questions from the audience.
Yeah, we have to say that 1 hour talking to you is not enough time to even cover only a part of what you both have done. So yeah, we couldn't get in all through all the questions that we had on the list, and that was clear that we don't make it. So Liza, you said one time moving electrons is more efficient than moving people.
That goes back to the idea of the classroom and learning happening in the classroom. I spent a good deal of time thinking about future social systems and future economics, and it's expensive to move people. So if what you're talking about, if what you're teaching and learning about is information based, then it's going to become, and it already is, we see this because we see online courses, you mentioned online courses again, it's much cheaper if we have this ability to move sound and video and pictures and text via electronic transmission. It's much cheaper to do that and bring the information to the individual than it is to bring the individual into a lecture hall or a classroom. There are so I think that what we're going to discover in the future is that the premium education, the thing that's expensive and specialty, is face-to-face. And there are a lot of things that we must do face-to-face. You can't learn to transplant a seedling. You can't learn how hard you can squeeze that little seedling to take it from the medium that you sprouted it in and put it in the garden without being there and doing that. There's a whole lot of tactile motion. Plus, there's a whole lot of spiritual fun in doing it. You can't learn to play in a live orchestra if you don't have the other people around. You can simulate it on a computer, but you can't do it in the original feeling. You can't learn to swim on a computer. So there are many, many things that we're going to learn in the future and today that we can't learn by this store and forwarded computer medium. But there are many things that we can. And what we have failed to do in the 40 years I've been working in this field is to really look at our education goals and say, with the lens of saying that it's cheaper to deliver the information online than it is to deliver the people to the lecture hall. What must we do face-to-face, and what can we do online? And arrange our use of computing by that criteria, instead of whether we could get the school board to buy iPads. So there's a whole lot of, if you go back to very basic things like what's the most expensive thing to move, a person or a bit or a terabyte. I mean, right now we can move a terabyte of information more cheaply than we can go downtown to the local grocery store. So we need to be thinking in those really basic terms if what we're going to do is optimize our use of the technologies that we've developed. And we're developing them so fast that we're in thrall of the latest, greatest new thing, instead of really looking at what we could be doing, what we have in our hands today, without even replacing it with something newer. Yeah.
Steve Wozniak writes to me and said, cool, there would be no Apple without the computer club. So Steve is listening to this right now. I'm hoping he can pop in on Skype and say a few words.
Yeah, I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
Yeah. I think this is a wonderful, we can take this as an end, because we have come to an end of our panel, when I'm right in the time. Am I?
Mine says we're at 12:44 California time.
To 9:50. Yeah, we
got about
just
5 more minutes.
Have about 5 minutes. So, but I thought this is really a nice, sum up. And Jim, do you want to?
I was just going to say, do some people in the live audience there have some questions?
Yeah,
or I could mention
I've
computer's
asked,
freedom and privacy stuff.
I've asked, are there any questions to our speakers from our audience? No, there aren't.
Could I take a couple of minutes to talk about the civil liberties aspects of computing?
Yes, you can.
Back in 1990, here in the United States, the government started conducting a bunch of raids of alleged computer crackers. Incidentally, I use the word hacker in a positive sense, just like it was before the media perverted it to mean something negative. If I want to talk about a black hat hacker, I'll call him a cracker. And they started conducting these raids, and they would go in, sometimes with guns drawn, at least allegedly, pick up people's computers, their pre-recorded, labeled music discs, and even picked up lollipops and candy from one computer guy's desk and said, we're taking these. They're no longer your property, they're ours. Well, what about civil liberties? The computers don't have civil liberties. You as a human do, but if you want to go to court, you can try and get it back. At your expense, of course. In the meantime, it's ours. And the idea was to really shut down people who were using computers to do bad things and doing bad stuff online. But those of us online just said, whoa, what is this? And Dennis Allison said, by the standards that the government is claiming that anything that you haven't purchased is evidence that is on your computer is a crime. By that standard, no computer professional could exist, could continue to do business, because all of us share code. That's what we do. We stand on each other's shoulders. I said, well, I was older than most folks, and I said, well, I've had friends who were cops, and I think what we need to do is just get them together in a room and tell them how things are online. They just don't understand. And the net said, oh, cool, you know how to run conventions, conferences, organize it. Okay. And I called the head of these raids with the government, a woman named Gail Thackeray in Arizona, and introduced myself and said, I'm a computer professional. Many of us online are very concerned about these Sun Devil raids. That's what they call the raids. And we would like to have a conference and get everybody together, computer people and law enforcement and any other groups that are interested, and talk things over, because we really need to talk to each other. And she said, exactly. We would love to have that. I will guarantee that law enforcement will show up in major participation, because you people online don't understand how things are, and we need to teach you. And after I hung up, I thought, hold it, what? I thought that's what we were going to do to them. Well,
we're all teachers.
The end result was the first conference on computers, freedom, and privacy.
Yeah, we sadly didn't found the time to talk about that topic.
Okay, anyway,
so
it's worthwhile to pay attention to the civil liberties aspects of computing.
I want to say one thing about the freedom and privacy. Don Ingram was the prosecuting attorney for the BART ticket scam, and I was talking to another hacker who also had his prosecuting attorney there, and all four of us were sitting there talking about our prosecuting attorneys, and they were also engaged in the conversation. It was quite interesting.
Well, and there were actually more people in that conversation, as I recall it, because I passed by when it happened, or when there was a discussion where Don Ingram, the prosecutor, was with you and 3 or 4 other people, and one of the people in the group said, John, it's not everybody that you'd introduced Don Ingram as my prosecutor. And he said, John, it's not everybody who has their own personal prosecutor.
Yeah, actually, it was the longest pretrial in history for Alameda County.
Okay, we always have to look on the times, because we also make some breaks between our panels, and we have reached the time that this panel finds an end. And I'd like to thank you both to have been here for us and speak to us. And
thank you so much for
organizing. A round of applause.
It's an honor to be here. Thank you, Oliver. And John.
Great pleasure.
Nice.
And Jim.
Nice. We could have talked hours and hours longer.
Well, there are more hours, so we will talk hours and hours longer.
And watch that documentary next spring.
Yeah. Thank you all for participating. We really appreciate it. Take care.
Bye.
Bye.
Eine Pause. 15 Minuten.
Time for break. Who's next? What? We're working on this. I'm working on the last chapter, and I'm working with my editor. He's actually listening to the GeekFest right now. Actually, I've been talking to him while we've been
test. I'm really looking forward to when that comes out.
How many people are watching the stream? Do you have any numbers, any statistics? What? Really? Wow. What's this? You guys consider that? The what? The walking? The walking. Maybe they have like a little hardware shop. They make the card and, you know, stuff the card. What's right there? What's that, LED? Oh, what's good? Is that right? Oh, using SDR, software.find radio, right? So what frequencies can it pick up? Everything? Any frequency from when to what to what? Point 1 megahertz, 100 kilohertz. Man. Yeah,
John.
But what if they have it? They don't have some kind of a intelligence in there that you can just put in the frequency and it'll send it. The hardware for software defined radio. Yeah. Tapping police, yeah. That's crazy.
John, do you have a minute?
What's that?
So John, you asked 2 questions also in this whole panel, and you were chatting all the time with someone else.
I was listening and I was paying attention. Come on. So are we going
I'm totally
to...
exhausted now because
Thank you.
I had to watch this stream for a long time. Now you're on.
Okay, so who's coming up next?
We're gonna go over to the sea base.
Okay. For us it will be around 18. So
Coming later.
yeah, 12 o'clock. I don't know when they close at sea base.
I don't know either, but it's okay.
Kit Galloway, Richard Stallman. So who's going on first?
See you later on.
Yeah, that's right. Kit Galloway is the first, and we talked over Skype with them.
Right, okay.
After 40 minutes, we changed over to Richard.
All right.
And really, John, you have to please.
You want me to take over for a while? Yeah, no problem. I'm just looking for Kit Galloway on Skype here.
Carry it off.
You want to cover the projector? No.
Okay, next one is 10:10.
Kit Galloway, right?
10. So in 10 minutes.
10 minutes.
Kit Galloway. And really, please ask him something.
I've got to. I need something to write with here. Hold on. Do you have any questions for me? Why don't you let me know that?
We have to, there is hole in space. That's the radio feed he made. And there's the e-cafe we can talk about. And there is... That was Electronic Cafe. That was Home in Space. And then the image as place.
The image as place?
Yeah, it seems that they brought people from different places via Skype, via link to imaginary space. It was this was virtual reality, in fact. It was called The Image is as Place, 1977. Lazarus. Yeah, you read this. You have a small
students are coming from. Aha,
What's that?
Did you bring any lot boxes to sell?
We sold every one of them, man. They were in high demand. They were so in high demand. I couldn't believe it. I mean, I had 30 of them. No, I had about 35 of them. I sold 25 of them at the Hope Conference in New York. I sold the rest of them at DEF CON. Didn't have any of them left. They were pleading for them. I said, okay, I'll sell you one of mine. So I had to kind of reconfigure it and get it initialized and give it to them.
So it just proxies all traffic, is that right?
Yeah, it's just a Tor router. All it is just a Wi-Fi bridge from one Wi-Fi to another Wi-Fi.
Okay.
And it does also direct connection and also Wi-Fi.
Oh, cool.
So it's pretty good.
Have to check it out. Get them online, can't you?
Hey.
Hey, Crunchman, I just wanted to check in. You're doing a great job today.
Yeah, well, we're kind of taking a break right now, and I'm getting ready to set up on the next speaker. So I'm glad you're watching. This is cool. So I'll be back in touch with you later. I'm getting ready to set up the next speaker now on Skype. So we'll talk later, okay?
All right, bye-bye.
Okay, bye. Say, Oliver, got a quick question. Can you go to your website And here, yeah. Okay, hold on. Let me get back the...
placed life-size video displays at the Century City Mall.
Can you hear me?
Welcome to the GeekFest. We're back now.
In 1980, artists Kit Galloway and Sherry Rabinowitz placed life-size video displays at the Century City Mall in Los Angeles and Lincoln Center in New York. They connected them using a satellite link, sculpting a hole in space. At first, passers-by were unsure what was happening.
I'm in Los Angeles, right? Are you? Yes.
Hi, what do you think of this?
I think it's wonderful.
Yeah? How
Yes, I
come?
do. I wished I could be on both ends of it. Did you hear what the girl said earlier in the day? Shall I repeat it? Somebody asked her, what's your name? She says, none of your fucking business. She really did.
Did you like that?
Very much, very much.
Why?
I think it's fascinating.
Tell me, why do you think it's fascinating? Is it different?
Because it's extraordinary and it's really remarkable. Everybody's enjoying it.
Congratulations! Give us a profile!
But where is the camera picking up?
There's a camera in the window here, shooting through the window. And,
I see.
And there's Mike's here. This place is live in LA, Century City, LA. There's some kid here saying hello to his mother.
Oh, that's marvelous.
His mother's here in New York and the kid's in LA.
Well, how do you know?
What is this television like a telephone, right? Good gosh.
It's the kind of thing
What do they do? They're just shooting from there and then, so it's instant, just like sitting on a telephone. That size screen. Good luck. What a revolution that's going to be, huh?
Galloway and Rabinowitz showed that rich human communication was possible over a high-speed link. They showed that size and bandwidth do matter.
Somebody wants to ask something. Hi, what street are you on? What's your name? My name's Priscilla. Have you met Howard, Priscilla? No, hi, Howard. Hi, Priscilla.
The experiment ran for 2 hours on 3 successive days. TV coverage after the second day led to plan meetings, and they saw that size and bandwidth communicate emotion.
My daughter lives in Manhattan, and she telephoned me this morning and said, Ma, she said, they're showing it right in Century City. Meet me there and say hi to me. So I decided to come along.
They're showing what? What are they showing?
The white screen, and they're relaying it to Lincoln Center. She lives 5 minutes from Lincoln Center, so I decided to come along and say hi to her.
That's great. How about you? Same thing. My mother's there. Do all of you have friends and family there?
Absolutely.
Oh, I can't see it.
Hey, Mary Frances, come
Oh,
down.
there you are. Can you hear me? You see me? Oh. All right.
I got to see my brother. I haven't seen him in 15 years.
Really?
He never saw my brother, my son, and I never saw my nephews, but I didn't see them tonight, but I saw him. That was enough for me. I got to see my brother, and it just brought such happiness. Like now I can go to bed peacefully. I'm in heaven now.
That's great. What gave you the idea to do that?
Well, I had heard about it from the news, and I called. I've been bugging my sister-in-law all day afternoon to please come down, but she wasn't sure whether my brother would make it home from work in time or not. Fortunately, he did. And, I didn't get to see my nephews, but he saw Johnny, and I saw him, and that was enough for me. Now I can go to bed and be happy for the rest of my life. I'm in heaven right now. I'm floating.
That's great.
And I didn't need a drink for that either.
Thanks a lot.
What do you think of it?
I think it's great, don't you?
Well, you have to see where it can be used. You think the way for it to be used. How would you use it?
Company's branches here and company branches in California. They're having a meeting here and a meeting there. They discuss it simultaneously.
Is this being bounced off Telstar?
Yeah, it is.
I could use this in a bigger format today. Use this in a large audience, give them a whole big nutritional program, reach 1 million people.
Okay. That.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you fine, Kit. I wanted to now introduce you all to Kit Galloway, and that video you just saw was one of his videos, Hole in Space. So, Kit, tell us a little bit about Hole in Space.
Well,
keep your animals at bay, please.
Yeah, we're on a horse ranch out here, and Ed's all excited too. Wait a minute.
Introduce us to your friend.
Yeah, this is Ed. I'm out here in the high desert Mojave. Edwards Air Force Base is just out here, and Atomic Avionics doing weapons-grade drones, and we have to pick up our mail at the mail post office, and there are people there that are, they are just way out of town.
So you're way out in the desert, aren't you?
Yeah, it's a good thing, though.
Must be pretty hot out there, huh?
It gets hot, but it'll snow. We're at 4,800 feet, so we're on the back slope of the San Bernardino Mountains, looking out on this pool table that just goes on out there, where the salt flats and stuff are.
So tell us a little bit about Hole in Space and how it all started.
Well, what I'm going to do here is hopefully switch to screen view, and let's see how that works. So I will say start,
Now, I have no idea what I'm sending. What are you seeing?
We see your screen.
You see Sherry and I, a photo?
Yes, you and Shelley.
Okay, that does. Okay. So, we're going to go through this. You asked about Hole in Space, but I want to go back to, I want to start a little bit earlier. And, because we did a project, well, Sherry and I got together in Paris in 1975. And in the beginnings, she was with a video group called Optic Nerve. But she did some early hacking before she got to Berkeley and going to the university there and starting this video group. She was at SDS and there were in Boston, and her father sent her out west to Riverside. And at Riverside, they had turned a place called the what was it? It was a big hotel that went bankrupt, and so they made it a co-ed dormitory. And Sherry, and instead of going to classes at Riverside, they started an alternative university and brought people in from all over the country. And I want to get a picture, try to get a picture of this. It doesn't much matter much. Anyway, so people came in from Berkeley and the free speech movement, and Michael Rossman and people like that people in Berkeley know, and in the Silicon Valley, I think. And Lee Felsenstein, certainly, because he was his mentor. And so Sherry moves up to Berkeley, and she starts with this video group, and she starts living at a commune that Michael Rossman established back in those days. And he was one of the leaders of the free speech movement. And she actually was in a warehouse. She made a video of a person by the name of Pam Hart. And Pam was the one who got the mainframe from Bank of America that Lee Felsenstein later discovered. And he turned that into community memory. Here's a picture of Lee with that machine.
Right.
So Sherry was there at a place called Project One and Resource One when all of that started before Lee got that machine booted up, and they released a phone line and ran it to the Berkeley Music Store and created the first terminal and wrote this story about in the Berkeley Barb in '73 about community memory.
I just want to mention that if anyone wants to listen to Lee's stories, we have the recordings from last year, from one hour, Lee speaking about Homebrew Computer Club and community memory. So you find the recording on our page.
So while Sherry was doing that, I was in Amsterdam. Oh, and my, life is a hack. So my first hack was when I got drafted in 1968, and I was being thrown into the Army during the Tet Offensive in the beginning of that year. Well, I found myself in the Army, and what I did was I found out the name of the clerk who actually wrote your orders after you did your basic training. And he needed a hi-fi system, and I got orders for Germany. Ta-da! So I got to Germany in 1968 at a place called Schweinfurt. But later I showed up in Amsterdam, and there's a place there now and then called the Milky Way. And a group of us doing video and stuff, we were commissioned to do a project for the 1972 Olympics along the banks of this lake here. And we had a geodesic dome. You can see some of the screens in the lower right. We had a geodesic dome with an Ida 4 projector that would project video the size of a drive-in movie theater that Hitler actually used in the 39 Olympics, made by the Swiss, Freytag. And 3 films running in sync, 22 carousel slide projectors driven by computer punch tape, and all of this, and 35 actors, and original music, and all of this was being beamed out of a smoke-filled geodesic dome.
This was at the Munich Olympics, right? 72?
Yeah, that's right, 72. That turned out to be a real bad scene, as you might recall.
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
And we were in a kind of a place like this. And so all the artists in the Spielstrasse then, they packed up their bags and left town. And everyone was very upset at how everything turned out there, of course. Here's the actors in the group. We're all lighting up down there. The Olympic Committee decided to go out into the sort of freakier side of culture rather than your normal ballets and stuff like that. So we got sucked up in this whole thing. The Germans were so confused when I went there to get paid, they paid me twice. So we took the money and went home. So that, let's see, what else could we say here? So, oh yeah, this is me in front of the Milky Way, but this is our group, the video heads, in Amsterdam. This was taken in 72, but we did the Olympics and all that stuff. We eventually moved to Paris and got our hands on the Sony showroom on the Champs-Élysées, which was a big display window and a great venue. And we were doing interactive windows so that people could break light beams and stuff and operate the video equipment. And someone sent us how am I doing on time?
Oh, you got all the time in the world. Don't worry about it.
Oh, okay.
Well, not really all the time in the world, but I'm sure you're doing fine.
Okay. Also, I wanted to say that so with this big display window in the Champs-Élysées on Paris became our venue, and we would work with all kinds of material. But we got someone sent us a tape of James Brown, and we put it up on the video wall and went home that night and just let it run and rerun in the window. And the next day, the Champs-Élysées was totally blocked up by young black men from all over the world living in Paris who hadn't seen James Brown before. And we had to, it took several days and the police to help close all of that down. So while Sherry and I were in Paris, we got word that NASA was accepting proposals to use a satellite. And so we booked passage on a Russian liner called the Mikhail Lermontov and crossed the North Atlantic in storms in 1976. And this boat actually sank a few years later, and we almost sank too. And it was like they took the stabilizers off to make better time, but it was still an 8-day ride in like a washing machine. But we got to New York and set up camp there, and we went down to Washington, D.C., and got NASA. We found the guy. Again, this is like life's hacks. We found the guy that was running the program, and this was a NASA experimental communications satellite. It was so powerful it would knock birds out of the sky. You could make a satellite dish out of chicken wire. And they would beam this into India and the Eskimos, Inuits in northern Canada to tell them how to, grow corn, get medical care and stuff like that. So, so we got access to a satellite and ran and moved back out to Berkeley and Michael Rossman's house. And by the way, this was before. the holodeck on Star Trek. You know, the idea, or at least the popularization of the idea of you know, virtual reality and virtual places and stuff like that. People weren't talking about that. So we had a satellite, and so what we had done, let's see if I can do this. Let me try to put a picture up. Let me just put this picture up. So when we were in Paris, we were, I had been setting up video art shows, and we'd all been doing video and theater and stuff like that in our separate worlds. And when we got together, we said, we're sort of done with this video stuff because you can't get your stuff on TV, and, you know, and certainly it was a revolution. But we had looked together, we just sort of realized that, you know, we might be the indigenous people of multimedia cyberspace, because we were saying, what the hell is taking so long? Because we were imagining a world in a broadband, telecollaborative, immersive image space kind of world, you know, that we're still waiting for, quite frankly. And so we were kind of like, we just said, well, computer rendering in real time is too slow. You know, video art is stuck on being on TV or making art to show on TV. And we're not, we were thinking back to our early days of what we imagined television was going to be like, and computers and all this kind of stuff in science fiction. And we realized that we were going to create a new practice that looked at these new possible ways of being in the world. However, we were not going to be able to do it because the technology didn't exist, so we would have to approximate it with inadequate technology like satellites, which allows you to get live images across oceans. You can't get a microwave network to do that every 25-mile hop and stuff like that. So we wanted to reveal this concept of the immersive place. So we all the satellite and video links are all divided by a wall. Like when Reagan said in Berlin, Gorbachev, tear down this wall. We wanted to tear this wall down, motherfucker. And so we combined. So we did rehearsals, and also there's satellite propagation time too. When you've got a satellite 22,000 miles in a synchronous orbit, which looks like it's in the same spot in the sky. It takes an eighth of a second to get up and an eighth to get down. So we mixed these, we created this place where people emerged, and there was even facial recognition. So we saw an image place, or virtual reality, which could bring in reality, lens-captured reality. You could recognize people if they wanted to be recognized, and they could perform and do things and be in the world that way. And so that's where we started 10 years before that guy Fisher started the VR lab at the Ames Research Center in the Silicon Valley. So we started early by jumping ahead of the existing technology. I should show you, if I go here, actually I'll go back here a little, I'll go back here. And so we were doing different kinds of imaging things and putting people in live football games being broadcast out of Stanford. And so we had all of these scenarios and plannings.
Were this combined images?
Yeah, it was like basically a mix, which if you go back and in early television, before videotape was introduced in 1957, all television was live. There was people like Ernie Kovacs and stuff that would do this stuff, or Steve Allen would luminance key himself out on the street, sit on people's shoulders and mess with people and do stuff like that. It's basically a very simple technology. And what we kept saying is what's taking so long, because a lot of this stuff that we saw that could be done for the last 50 years had been done. And there was a lifetime of work just catching up on stuff.
Yeah.
So this was the first of a series of projects. That's Sherry in the control room outside of the Ames Research Center. And so that's like that. that, there's a thing here I want to show you in the video section.
But let's move over to Hole in Space, because we are time limited on our speech time here.
Yeah,
Okay.
we've got about 12 minutes left before we
I guess
bring in
I
our
can
next
take-
speaker.
Yeah, I can take questions on that, and but there's just something that let me just give me what is that? Come on, puppy. Yeah, here. Just give me a second. Satellite art. So, all right, we're going to blow this up. So let's just go forward. So we had to do a lot of research about this propagation delay problem, and well, take a look at this, and it gives you an idea. This is the time it takes to go through a satellite and link live video from one end of the country to the other end and have it returned to you.
So this is a video link. In 19...
Yeah, this is the Ames Research Center.
Was that you?
1977. Now he's going to throw a switch, and that guy's at now watch. Now this barber shop mirror effect is the delay.
Yes. And when was this? Which year is this?
77.
Wow.
So now here is a test of trying to synchronize ourselves, but in fact...
This is you, right?
Yeah, that's me on the right, and the guy is the head of the program at NASA headquarters in Washington, D.C. Now watch, we're trying to sync up. So when we sync up, we're actually out of sync.
Yes.
Hold on.
That's amazing.
These are all the studies that we did.
But move on to Hole in Space, please. We have to move on, really.
Okay, moving on. So then what happened? We'll look at pictures. So, you know what? Since you saw the video, and I'm going to go to some imagery, and then you can ask me questions. So the picture here on the left is L.A., and on the right is New York. It's oriented like a map. So people might have some questions. I'll start with some things. First of all, we had the screens made at Stewart Film Screens in Hollywood. They were black screens. They were a black vinyl because we wanted to add contrast back to the washed out images from the rear projection into the windows. We didn't want to light the place, so we didn't draw people to the windows like moths to a flame. So we used military cameras by Kohu in San Diego, and we lit them with black boxes that emitted infrared, which the camera was sensitive to. So we lit the places without ambient light or visible light to the human eye, so that we didn't want to, make this look. Anyway, we turned off the echo canceling circuit on the satellite, which was one of the hardest things we had to do, because using a commercial service like Western Union, they really didn't want to do that because they expected people to want to have a phone call, and they didn't want the echo to happen. So that's back in the old days when your voice got chopped up when you were trying to talk to somebody through a satellite. So we turned that off, and behind each window there was an audio guy who was like a rodeo bonko roll rider who was riding a graphics equalizer and a comb filter and everything to sort of, as the crowd moved forward, the acoustics changed. The miking was a crossfire of shotgun microphones, and so the whole dynamics changed. You just do not see people talking in remote situations without being in headphones on TV and all this other kind of stuff, because audio is the black art of all of this technology. Anyway, we made it work, and occasionally it would howl, but we would have it under control. What else do we need to know? Yeah, we didn't tell anybody, but there were a few leaks because we didn't want a bunch of people showing up with champagne in one hand and a cake in the other, like a gallery opening. We hate galleries. We took our art out of the galleries because the art world's not big enough to hold the ideas and all this stuff. This is the window in New York 4, which is not Okay, that's what you were getting before we arrived at in LA. So we thought it was funny. We didn't intend to do the Lincoln Center and shopping center. We were looking for seedy, out of the way, downtown LA kind of junk. But it turned out we ran into a friend. He did all the Live from Lincoln Center stuff for PBS. So we ended up hooking up a high culture place in New York with a shopping center in LA, which seemed very appropriate.
Is this behind the window?
That's Sherry behind the window.
Okay.
Our friend Charlie Broyette was famous for showing up with too much equipment.
Yeah, a lot of equipment.
So people, this is out in front of LA, people had a genuine good time. It was not only the novelty, actually people have tried to do these things again and people just walk by and fall flat. Oh, I've made these 1950s sci-fi posters for all of our projects to give it that sort of, see it says, no one knew it, but the sidewalks of New York and Los Angeles were about to merge. Oh, in Collaboravision.
Telecollaboravision.
Telecollaboravision.
All right.
All right. Okay, oh yeah. And then there we were young. And there's my computer, 6 lines, 40 characters across. Boom.
Radio Shack
there
computer.
you go. With this technology, you made satellite links.
Yeah, you know, it had, in 1984, the slow scan transmitters by Robot Research, also in San Diego, who built top quality crap. And we had the whole new thing. We had the latest thing. We had serial number 1 through 10. And it had an RS-232 port, and you could do image manipulation and all kinds of stuff.
You were talking about those picture phones, remember the black and white things?
Yeah, actually not those. In '84 we used a very color, multi-faceted, the state-of-the-art ham image transmission.
Yeah, this was with Henry Dakin, remember?
Yeah, we got. There's Charlie. There's Sherry. Yeah, you know what? When I come back live on camera, I've got one here and it's on. And I want to tell you about at the E-Cafe, we hooked those things up to mobile, to cell phones, and we were doing the mobile.
10 minutes.
Okay, there's Mark Shubin. Okay, we're going out of Hole in Space. Are there any questions?
Yeah. Are there any questions regarding Hole in Space?
Do we have any questions in the room?
No questions.
Perfect.
Actually, but then you mentioned now the E-Cafe because we only have 10 minutes now. So can you elaborate on the E-Cafe?
Okay. All right, we went with community memory again. We went up and we talked to Lee, and they had a new iteration of community memory. They hadn't really released it yet. We were the first release. And we said, listen, texting is fine, but the world, not everybody can type. We're setting up a multimedia telecollaborative environment. We need a computer system, and we need to hack some way together to allow people to store and then search for and retrieve their images. So the hack for this was to, Lee said, fine, okay. I mean, it took a while because the other people in his crew said, you want to send images over community memory? That's dealing with the devil. They wanted to stay with their nirvana of pure text. So there's the Plexus P35 Mini. Okay, and here is this kind of the setup. You can see the writing. You can see computer to memory on the right. Now there's a slow scan transmitter sitting on top. This is it. Do you see my cursor?
Yes.
No.
Can you tell us which year this was?
The Orwellian year of 1984. This was the Orwellian antidote.
Yeah. No internet cafes, no networks, no internet.
No, nothing. Nobody ever did that. No
Nothing.
one's ever done anything like this. Even the industry. We set up a network. Oh yeah, this was designed within the limitations of the plain, ordinary telephone service, POTS. There were no data lines or anything. So there were modems. The terminals were not PCs or autonomous machines. They were terminals hooked up to the mini computer through a modem. There was a telewriter hooked up to a modem. The telewriter could write on the still video transmission. You could send writing. People could draw together. It was a French-made thing. We had to hack it so that it would gen-lock and work with our American equipment, but it was a very cool machine because it had a stylus on it. It actually wrote in ink what you were doing.
I saw a photo of Timothy Leary writing on it. Do I remember right?
Yeah, we'll get to that. It's right back here. Here was our first concept diagram.
Wow.
And so there was an optical recorder sitting next to the mini computer at control center. So people would send a still image or a drawing or the combination of the two to a receiver at that end. The Plexus P35 would instruct the optical disc recorder to record the image, assign it a frame number, and keep track, and a descriptor would be written so that in community memory, when you were searching it, it would tell you if, here's a poem about a tree. Do you want to see the picture with that tree? And if you hit yes, the Plexus would spin the disc up to that, load it into slow frame scan, send it back to you by slow scan. Under a minute, you had the picture, motherfucker. That's how cool it was. The first public dial-up storage and retrieval pictorial database, Daddy. Here's Charlie trying to fix that French telewriter.
And you teach other people to use this technology in other places.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we had this project went on for a year and a half. That's Tim.
There's Timothy Leary. By the way, Timothy Leary was giving a talk here in Berlin sometime, I think, in the 80s.
Let him finish.
And I go to the thing, and he ushers me backstage. And this was actually in East Berlin. This was like right after the wall opened up.
In 1990, we went to Art Futura in Barcelona, and we left the keys to the electronic cafe to Tim. And while we were doing our presentation on stage, then Tim comes up on the big screen behind us and freaks everybody out.
So in fact, this was a network cafe. One artist could sit in another city and collaborate with other people in your cafe, right?
Yeah, here they are. They were people did all kinds of stuff. There was a thing at the museum. People did. Is this too fast? Is it?
No, it's fine.
People are drawing together. They're making drawings. They're storing them. They're doing annotations. They're doing bubble text. Electronic cafe. Try it. You'll like it. Kids who are being encountered computers for the first time. This woman is Bukowski's, he doesn't say wife, but the poet. She was a resident poet at one of the cafes.
The poet?
These are the faces.
There were also concerts, right?
There was music. There were people in East Los Angeles, which was Mexican-speaking. There was Koreatown, Korean-speaking. South Central, black and there was Venice Beach, which was like we say, it was like the canteen scene in the original Star Wars movie. You didn't know who was going to walk in there. And there were dinners, and the places were filled up, and this was up for 7 weeks. These are image transmissions. You can see the scale in which they're being constructed.
Printed out and then added together.
Yeah, transmitted, printed, and constructed.
Amazing.
And lots of kids involved. And
amazing.
And also the slow scan would send in quadrants, so you would get 4 pictures, and they would be like quick time lapse in a couple of seconds of each. And and people were doing art, and at the end of the first week, everybody was doing things like, this is who we are. We be this. This is us. We have poets. We have artists. We have problems. We have politics. There were political meetings and stuff. And then at the end of the first week, people started talking. See, this is the thing about using different character sets. People would write recipes and translate them into different languages and home remedies and stuff like that. And then everybody would build their wall. The whole wall, the places were wallpapered, and when you walked in, there was this catalog of possibilities. 2, 3, 1.
2, 3, 1. Yeah, we have about 2 minutes.
Yeah, we got to bring in our next speaker, who is actually on a completely different. We have to bring in a new speaker.
But please, sorry.
I understand.
I think this is really the point to have applause to what this man has achieved. Isn't this amazing?
We haven't got to 10 years of the Electronic Cafe in Santa Monica.
Stand by, Kit, because we want you to stand by in the event that we have a problem bringing in this next guest, because we've got to come over to a completely different video conferencing system, because we're going to be bringing in Richard Stallman from the Free Software Foundation, and he will only use free software in his dictionary. So bear with us a few minutes, Kit, and we might bring you in on this a little bit later to continue with our
we try
discussion.
To connect now to...
yeah, we're going to try to connect to him right now.
I'll often turn my speakers on so I'll hear your jingle if you call.
Yeah.
Okay.
But just... Will we call him back when we don't work it out with?
Yeah, we're going to call you back, Kid, if things don't work out, and you can continue. So we're standing by on the Jitsi Bridge here, waiting for Richard Stallman.
Oh, we have to wait, and then something happens? Or?
Yeah, you can stay on this line, by the way. We got both video links connected up here, so there's no reason why we should even disconnect you, actually.
Video link?
Yeah, because we've got you on Skype, and we've got Richard Stallman on the Jitsi Bridge.
Could be problems with echoing, so we...
Yeah, we might have some, but we want to just be here in case Richard comes on.
And do we get a note at the Jitsi when he comes?
Oh yeah, it'll completely shift. You'll see it.
Okay.
I'm back.
Could you maybe send him an SMS message? That
we'll see him here when he shows up. Actually,
what is that? What have you there?
That's the black and white video phones from the late '80s.
Late '80s.
That's what Craig Larson was using, right?
Yeah, we had these. We mailed these all over the world. We broke the embargo in Cuba. Omar Cabezas launched a cafe in Nicaragua. We had some software, some surveillance software made for these. Home arrest people would have to use these and call in and show that they're still there. Of course, they could have faked it. I never understood that. But anyway, we had a system where people could phone in and through their touch tone navigate a gallery and add their pictures to the gallery. And kids could send their pictures and the software would screw around with their faces.
Yeah, it would have an RJ11 phone jack on it, which we just connected directly in parallel with your phone line. So what we would do is we would call from Henry Dakin's place, we would call into Luke Solas in Amsterdam on a long-distance call, and we had these video phones, and this was the very first Hactic conference.
Oh.
I believe this was in...
Video?
Yeah, no, we were using those little still phones.
Wow.
And we were doing this at the Hactic conference, and this was the very first conference. Yeah, go ahead.
And we would do our New Year's Eve around the world celebrations every year, where we would link up with every time zone around the world except for a couple, and until Hawaii, which was 3:30 a.m., who closed the thing down. And one New Year's Eve in 1990, you know where you were, Captain. You were sending us pictures from the Berlin Wall on New
Right,
Year's
I was standing on the Berlin Wall waving at the CNN cameras.
Yeah.
The interesting part about that, too, was Joseph Golden, the Russian guy, set up the space bridge with the US Festival, tying Moscow to Glen Ellen Park, where the bands were playing. Only certain selected people, of course, would be in there in that audience. And this was during the US Festival. And Joseph worked a lot in conjunction with Henry Dakin. And Henry Dakin would be picking up the Molniya satellite and recording.
He had a tracking dish because it was an elliptical.
Yeah, it was a polar orbit, right? Exactly.
The satellite.
Exactly. And then he would pick up the Molniya satellite, and then he would give the tapes to the Russian consulate, which is just a few blocks away from where he was at on Green Street in San Francisco.
So you could watch the soap operas.
Can you send Richard a message?
No.
Maybe on.
So those were the heady days
We don't have
of
any
citizen
channel.
diplomacy.
We don't have any other channel.
So we would take these
We're not
phones
connected to
because they're 12 volts, and we'd. hook
Wait,
a
here he
battery
comes.
pack.
Here he comes.
Hey, Richard Stallman, we are here.
Hi, can you hear us? Oh wait.
Put on your
I can
headphones,
hear you.
Richard.
Can you hear us, Richard?
Yes, I hear you.
Okay.
We
I
have
hear you.
Richard Stallman on here. All right.
Nice. Kid, do you like to stay
If
in
I can
the
hear.
channel?
Yeah, we'll just keep you on the channel, Kit, so you can hear this if you want.
Yeah, just listen.
All right, I will go take a whiz, get a sandwich. I'll be here. I'll just be here.
Okay.
Okay, great.
I'll be
So,
back.
Richard, we are now connected to you as well as to Kit through Skype, but you won't see him. But you'll see us.
Skype, proprietary software.
I
that
know.
spies on
Sorry,
people.
Kit.
Ooh, bad word.
Oh, we should have. I should wash my mouth with soap for saying that
No,
word.
it's important to talk about these things. To avoid taking up time, look at stallman.org/skype.html for the reasons why you should refuse to use Skype. And those are why I refuse to use Skype.
Yeah, anyone should inform himself there. And yeah, we would like to begin in the very early years of you with Homebrew Computer Club. You have been a member there, right?
I'm not even sure what it was.
Okay.
I never built a computer myself. I had a giant computer to play with, the PDP-10 at the Artificial Intelligence Lab. It had basically a megabyte of memory, which in 1971 was a giant memory. We called it the Moby memory. And since I was one of the system hackers, I could add any useful feature to the operating system that I could write. So why bother making or using a tiny computer? It wouldn't be as much fun. So I never had anything to do with microcomputers, and I mostly avoided mini computers. They just weren't powerful enough to take me away from a PDP-10.
You have worked on the MIT AI lab, right?
I worked at it and for it.
Yeah. Can you tell us or talk about that time, please? What systems were you working on?
The system we used was the Incompatible Time Sharing System, or ITS. The name, of course, was a joke, but the system was serious. That was the time sharing system that we ran on the PDP-10, and when we did computing, it was on the PDP-10 on ITS. Now, there are a couple of notable, interesting things about ITS. The only high-level language it had was Lisp.
Yes.
Other than that, we programmed in assembler language or a few string processing languages that were rather curious, but were only rarely used, except for one, which was the Tico language, because Tico was not just a string language interpreter, it was also a text editor. So I wrote Emacs in Tico. Emacs was a higher level edition based on Tico, but it provided a completely different command set. The commands were implemented as Tico programs. in the original Emacs.
Okay.
Now, another well, aside from this, all the programs were in assembler language. And so one of the nice things was that the shell, and we didn't call it a shell, but we had one, it was also the assembler language debugger. So you could stop any program at any time and just look at the instructions it was executing. You could load in the debugging symbols if you wanted to figure out what was going on, and you could patch the program too. So if you found a bug, well, of course you could reassemble and restart the program, but you didn't have to. You could just insert a patch by depositing the instructions into memory one by one. And you could patch the running operating system kernel as well, because it was written in assembler language also. And you could direct the assembler language debugger to look at the running system with its actual memory, and you could change the instructions in memory. And you could also fix bugs that way rather than restarting the system.
What was the sample rate for the audio?
Well, it didn't have audio in the usual sense. The only audio it had was that it could change bits in one register. And actually, we didn't do this in the PDP-10, but in the PDP-6, which was basically similar and was used non-time sharing, there was a program you could run which would play music by turning bits on and off. And in one particular register, and that was connected to some sort of signal output. And so you could generate square waves of whatever frequency you liked. And there was a program that would take a series of notes and process it so you could play it this way. It could play up to 6-part music, and it was often used for Baroque organ music.
Just like Steve Wozniak's Blue Box, because his Blue Box would also generate square waves, which the telephone company did not like.
Well, I don't know. We didn't run this through a telephone ever. We just played it right there in the lab. There was no audio output device on the PDP-10. It was made to be used for time sharing by lots of people. It was as big as a pretty large room.
Wow. So this was all on a PDP-6 then, right?
No, the PDP-6 was the older machine that was used standalone, and the PDP-10, which was the same instructions but much faster, that was used for time sharing. Another fun thing about this system is that there was no security. There were no passwords. There was no file protection. You could log in as any name you liked and do absolutely anything. You could read or write any file in the system. And this was intentional. The hackers who wrote the system at first, they realized that if they implemented any kind of security, then the administrators would use it to control them and make their lives difficult and stop them from doing their work because they'd have to get permission. So they made sure this wouldn't happen by not implementing security.
But it was timeshare though, right?
Yes. And so I can prove that the AI lab that the ITS was the only system on which nobody ever broke security.
Because there was none. Sick.
Absolutely.
Totally
much
sick.
More fun to avoid security than to struggle to break it when it stops you from doing your job.
Yeah, that's crazy. And
so the point is, hacking does not mean security breaking. We were hackers. Most of the hacking we did was things like developing the time-sharing system. I wrote Emacs. This was hacking. Yeah. But we didn't ever break security because we made sure there was no need to.
And then you developed all the GNU family. Is it okay?
That's totally different. You see, the free software community, the AI lab and some other labs were part of a software sharing community. The software we used was free software. But that community died in the early 80s. And I had other experiences that taught me how a non-free program is an injustice. It oppresses the users. The developer or the proprietor, perhaps better said, has power over the users by controlling what the program does. And the users can't change it. Well, I concluded that that was an injustice. And because my community had died and the PDP-10 was obsolete, ITS was obsolete, I faced a future of being restricted by others and developing software to mistreat other people. So I would be mistreated and I'd be mistreating others. It was evil in all directions, and I said no.
Tell us a little bit about the early MIT days and the ARPANET, where the ARPANET was kind of like a gentleman's system. Because I can remember back in the days when I was computing in the, I think it was like the early 70s, maybe 72, 73, right after I got busted, I got access to the ARPANET. And it was the first time I did that. And they had a gentleman's system. You could log into a guest account and you could do all kinds of really cool things.
Oh.
Tell us about that.
Well, until around 74 or 75, all machines basically had guest accounts. And then most of the machines took away their guest accounts. They said, the network is too big, it's impossible. And we continued to have guest accounts until 1992, proving that they were wrong.
You're talking about MIT, right?
Well, the MIT AI lab. MIT had
okay.
other computer facilities too with a totally different spirit and different rules and so on.
I can remember one time we were using the I think it was a Maxima chess program, the Greenblatt chess program, and we were duplicating the Stanford University's chess moves with the MIT chess moves, and we were using two computers where we were duplicating one computer to the other computer, and we were basically playing MIT against Stanford. By the way, MIT won.
Well, anyway, you were certainly using ITS if you were doing that in the 1970s.
Yeah, probably.
But the point is that it was there that I learned what it's like to live in a community where people cooperate with each other because they're good people. You have a nice program, someone says, I'd like to use that. Of course, you give per a copy. And if person says, oh, I added this feature, you could ask, I'd like that code, and you would get it.
When did chat programs start to become popular? And I'm not talking about IRC chat. I'm talking way before IRC chat. I'm talking like,
I don't
in the
know.
early
I
70s.
didn't use them.
What?
ITS had a chat feature between terminals of the same computer, but it was actually not a program. It was a feature of the kernel.
Really?
Part of the terminal controller.
When did they cross between one computer and another computer or another system?
I don't remember. You see, on ITS, you could so easily go from one computer to another that you didn't really need a program to say chat to somebody on another ITS machine. You just remote log in over there. Here's the thing I did that was fun. I arranged for remote login with local echoing, and I set it up so that you could even use it while editing in Emacs. So when you just typed some text to insert, it would echo locally on your terminal, but when you typed any other character, it would synchronize, it would then wait for that character to be executed by the remote Emacs, and then it would redisplay. But there were even a few characters that it could implement locally as long as you had not redefined them in the remote Emacs. If you redefine them, it would tell the system, don't do those characters locally, so they would get the correct redefined results.
Yeah, I can remember when I was playing around with some of these computers over the ARPANET. As I typed, I could type way ahead and then the characters would come after I typed several seconds later.
Yeah,
It must
well,
have
that
used
was
some
what
type of
happened
an
when you had
internal
remote
buffer.
echo.
What?
The point of this, what you were getting was remote echo, which was the usual case. What I implemented was to optimize that by doing local echo when it could be done correctly.
Right.
And that made it a lot faster and easier to run Emacs on a remote machine, but you could get the fast responses if it were local.
So when did you implement that?
Oh, probably 77 or 78 or something like that. I don't remember exactly.
Yeah, that was long after I'd been on the ARPANET, because I got off the ARPANET around 73, 74.
Well, that was before Emacs and before this.
Yeah.
So
I was going
anyway,
I was connecting through NASA Ames computers, actually. I had a tip at NASA Ames. I also had a tip at Stanford I could get on.
you know, there were, they introduced a second generation of imps. There was the pluribus imp and the pluribus tip that was called a p-tip. So I kept wondering whether they should call the pluribus imp a pimp.
Was that using 64 KB data speeds at that
I have
point?
no idea how they worked.
Oh, okay.
I worked on the operating system kernel and other operating system programs, but I had nothing to do with the ARPANET itself.
You were writing all this in assembly language, though, right?
Yes.
Wow.
Except for Emacs, which I wrote in Tico.
In what?
And I once went to a talk that was given at Wellesley College about Emacs. I sat down in the auditorium, but I didn't make the teacher aware I was there. The teacher ended it by presenting a little bit of Tico code and said, whoever wrote this had to be a fool and a genius. So then I walked up and introduced myself.
Tell us a little bit about this Tico code you were talking about.
Well, the Tico language was designed for editing commands. So you could type 5D and it would delete 5 characters.
Oh, okay, I
or
remember
3K and it would kill 3 lines. Or you could type an address and then J and it would go to that position in the buffer.
Was that the precursor to VI?
No.
Okay.
Tico was originally did not respond character by character. You would type an entire command string, which was a series of any number of commands, and then you would type alt mode, and the commands would run. And
could you actually see it edit on the screen as it was proceeding
at MIT
through it?
you would. On ITS you would, but on other systems no, because it was written for printing terminals. So you had to give commands to print out some lines when you wanted to see them. But at MIT it would redisplay part of the buffer around point after each command string. The crucial point is that command strings could have loops and conditionals. You could put a command string in a register, and then you could use that register as a macro. And thus, Tico turned gradually into a programming language. When I wrote Emacs, I added a lot more programming features that you would find in other languages, like having a long name for a variable or a function. I also implemented facilities that spread into other languages after, such as something to do if an error happens. Well, Lisp had that, but also something to do for unwinding that would happen whenever there was a non-local exit for any reason. You would be able to supply in an unwinding macro to be executed to clean things up.
When was Tico first developed?
Well, I don't know. I believe it was in the early 60s, but I'm not sure.
Really, that early, huh? Wow.
So the original Emacs was written in Tico, which was written in assembler. But Bernie Greenberg, when he wrote Multics Emacs, decided to implement it in Lisp. And since he had a compiler for his Lisp implementation, he'd written that too, he was able to make Emacs run reasonably fast, even though it was all written in Lisp. And Emacs for the Lisp machine was also written in Lisp. When I wrote GNU Emacs, I didn't have a Lisp compiler. I had to write a simple Lisp interpreter, and I knew it would be slow.
Yeah.
So I had to implement some important things in C to make them fast enough.
We jokingly called it lots of incomprehensible, silly parentheses.
Yes, but Lisp is actually the most elegant syntax. That's one of its advantages compared with other languages.
Yeah, you don't have to type so much. What about APL? Have you worked with APL at all? A programming language?
I did in 1970. I wrote a text editor in APL.
Really?
Because I loved APL and I was fascinated by text editors, so I wrote one. But I couldn't get it to read or write files back then. There was no way to do that.
You mean the language itself didn't have the capability of reading files?
It had no facilities to read and write files. You could only set variables in your workspace.
Wow.
Too bad. But I did write a song about APL.
Uh-oh. Do you have it? Can we hear it?
Rho, rho, rho of x always equals 1. Rho is dimension, rho, rho, rank. APL is fun.
Cool. Yeah, do you remember this?
I can't see what it is.
Oops.
I have no idea.
Oh, you can't see the video on here, on our side? Oh, okay.
No, I don't know what you're showing me. It's a blue object.
It's my namesake. It's the Captain Crunch whistle.
Oh, I never saw one.
Oh, okay.
I read about that, but I didn't do any phone freaking, and I never saw one.
Yeah, Stanford. No, I think Stanford had. I think it's the AI lab had a blue box program on the AI lab, as I remember correctly. It was pretty much kept under wraps. They wouldn't. Not too many people knew about it.
Well, one thing I liked about the Stanford AI lab system was they put the hardware manuals in directory H, doc, and the system manuals in S, doc, and then the manuals for the user programs were in UP, doc. And people would ask about that directory, what's up, doc?
Okay. So tell us a little bit about how you started the Free Software Foundation. When did it start? Who got involved in it besides you, and where is it headed today?
Well, actually, the Free Software Foundation is not the most important thing. First, I started the Free Software Movement.
Movement, right.
See, people think that first you start an organization and then it starts a project, but this was the opposite. First, I launched the development of the GNU operating system, and that was part of the Free Software Movement. The movement is to get freedom in our computing, and that means you need control over the programs you're running. If
So
you're
what year
running
was
a
that?
program that is non-free, then you can't change it, and nowadays it's probably designed to mistreat you. But that wasn't true in 1983.
That was in
1983, proprietary software was generally not malware, but it was still an injustice that the users couldn't change it and share it. So I said, I'm going to fix that by making an operating system that everyone is free to share and change, and that's the GNU system.
And when was this out?
GNU is not Unix.
What year was that?
That was in 1983. When I made this decision, and I announced it in September, then in January '84, I quit my job at MIT so that MIT would not be able to claim copyright on this code. I knew that I needed to release it in a careful way, and I didn't want to MIT to be able to stop me.
What platforms did you
developing GNU? I started the Free Software Foundation in October '85 because at that point there was already a GNU program that people liked, namely GNU Emacs, and that gave the project some credibility. In 1983, before I announced anything publicly, I looked for funds, and nobody was interested in giving any. Well, I thought in October '85, now that we have some real software that people like, maybe now we can get donations. So I started a charity, a charitable foundation, which is tax exempt, to make it easy to give donations. However, it turns out that the way we got our money was by selling magnetic tapes.
Oh, wow. What platforms was the GNU first implemented on?
Well, GNU itself was going to be a platform, but at the beginning, when I started writing pieces of it, I was replacing Unix piece by piece. So, of course, I had to write these pieces on Unix.
Ah, okay.
But the goal was to get rid of Unix. Once everything was replaced, Unix wouldn't be needed anymore, and that was the whole point, because Unix was proprietary. You can't have freedom running Unix. You can't have freedom running any proprietary program. But Unix, using Unix was okay as a way to develop its own replacement, as long as I did not sign a non-disclosure agreement. So I couldn't sign a license to get a copy of Unix.
Which Unix was this? Was this BSD Unix or ATT Unix?
Mostly it was BSD Unix.
Okay.
Because that was better. Its interfaces also were more sensible, partly because they had been influenced somewhat by ITS.
What does ITS stand for?
Incompatible time-sharing system. You see, MIT was famous for having developed around 1960 or so something called CTSS, the Compatible Time-Sharing System, which was one of the two first time-sharing systems. I believe the other was also at MIT on a PDP-1. In any case, CTSS stood for Compatible Time-Sharing System, and what that meant was you could run a program that was written for the bare machine. It would run under time-sharing also. But when the AI Lab hackers wrote ITS, they decided it would be too much trouble to try to simulate the bare machine's I/O instructions. So the system they were writing would not have that kind of compatibility, and thus the name Incompatible Time-Sharing System was appropriate. Later on, the name stayed the same, but what it was incompatible with changed. At one point, when most PDP-10 users ran Digital's time-sharing system, well, ITS was incompatible with that. And then they started running 10X, and ITS was incompatible with that. It was always incompatible with something.
I remember 10X. There was a couple of computers that had access to 10X on through the ARPANET. I don't remember which one it was, but it was somewhere in the kind of early to mid 70s, I think.
One of the interesting things was the way that we kept our community working reasonably smoothly, and whereas in most places where they had a computer, they appointed a few dictators and they controlled what everyone else could do. And if you wanted to do something that you weren't allowed to do, you had to beg for some privileges. And if they caught you doing anything they thought was at all suspect, they would turn off your account. Basically, it ran like a fascist police state. We at the AI Lab were disgusted by that because, of course, we saw it from time to time at other places. And this is what we avoided by not having security in ITS. But we did occasionally have disputes or behaviors that were problems, and instead of trying to stop them by having the dictators who were all powerful and could control everyone, we dealt with those problems by talking with people. Once the ARPANET enabled lots of people to log in, and some of them were habituated in dealing with other computers to think that the authorized users and the administrators were going to regard them as vermin. And so they started trying to act like vermin because they knew they were expected to. And they would come to the AI lab and do this, and we would talk to them and say, we don't think of you as vermin. We think of you as a tourist. You want to use our computer? Please be nice to us.
And back in the days, there was often that the system administrators and the hackers got friends because they were the only ones using the computers, right?
We system administrators were hackers. Remember what hacker means. It means enjoying playful cleverness. We were very offended when people started assuming that hacker was equivalent to security breaker. Remember, at the AI lab, we had a lot of hackers, and we never had any security breaking because we chose to leave out the security instead. But we were hackers. We were doing various playful, clever things.
Of course, everything was open.
What?
Everything was open. You know, there was no security.
Everything was free.
Well, free too.
People were free. They were free to copy the code. They were free to change it too, as long as they made improvements. We didn't mind.
What happened when people didn't make improvements?
Then someone else would change it. Now, remember, I changed the operating system lots and lots of times. And a substantial fraction of those times I made a mistake, which means my change was no good. And you know what happened? Somebody fixed it, maybe me. Or maybe someone else happened to notice the bug and fixed it instead.
Do we have any questions here in the room?
I was just thinking about that. Anybody here have any questions for Richard Solomon? This is your chance. Speak up or forever hold your peace.
Yeah, we try to say that.
What about the questions on the GeekFest site? Any come in?
It's not really a question. I don't find a question mark, but I will read it to you. Is there a question in the room?
Yeah, go ahead.
Do you think free software is better off now or worse than?
I'll repeat the question. Do you feel that software, free software, better off now than it was 10 years ago?
Well, some things are better and some are worse. We now, for the first time a couple of years ago, it became possible to buy a computer that would come with a free operating system and free drivers and free boot software. In other words, all the things that you'd want to replace, they come as free software to begin with. And it's a totally free GNU/Linux distro. Well, this is something we dreamed of for years. But at the same time, some things are getting worse. All modern Intel and AMD processors are designed with disgusting back doors that you can't turn off.
Yeah, I've heard about that, and that really sucks.
So at some point, we're going to have to start trying to fabricate CPUs.
Maybe make our own chips. There you go.
That's what we're going to have to do eventually.
Because all those big, powerful semiconductor companies, you're right. They must put all kinds of nasty little things in there.
Well, we know that it's a universal backdoor usable over the internet. If you get a recent Intel CPU, it can be reached. They can turn it on, turn it off, change anything on disk, whatever they like.
Yeah, the NSA already can do that.
Well, not just the NSA, but anyone who knows the appropriate code. They can do that through the management engine in modern Intel chips, Intel CPU chips.
Also on the Macintosh, they actually had the Dropbox just last week was caught that they implemented a control feature and administer account on all new Macintosh systems, and they fooled the people by telling them that they need to give their password because Dropbox would not work correctly, and in fact they hacked the system with their password.
Could you email me a URL of an article about this?
I can do.
Because in GNU.org/proprietary, we have lists of dozens of cases of proprietary malware. The most widely used proprietary software products are malware. Now, by malware, I mean that their operation is designed to mistreat the user. So there are two orthogonal issues here. Whether a program is free or proprietary, that's not a question of what's in the code. That's a question of how it is distributed, on what terms people are allowed to use it. Whereas malware is about what's in the code. The interesting thing is that malware and proprietary software go together. Nowadays, a proprietary program is very likely to be malware, and the reason is a proprietary program gives the developer power over the users, and power corrupts. By now, the developers have been corrupted by this power, and they develop a program with the specific aim of mistreating the users through it.
Yeah, and hiding their code into little hardware registers that you don't even know about.
Yeah.
They don't even need to do that. They just write it in the code normally because they're never going to show the source code to the users.
Well, yeah, that
let alone let the users change it. So we have to realize that that's unacceptable practice. In other words, the free software movement has become more important with time. The injustice of proprietary software in 1983 screwed people like me, people who loved computing or used computers a lot. But how many people was that? In 1983, it was a tiny fraction of Americans who used computers very much. Nowadays, almost everybody does and uses them for very important things. We have to get rid of non-free software. For more information, look at GNU.org.
Well, that's going to be hard to do as long as people are making money doing it. That's always going to be the problem.
Well, we have to organize to push proprietary software out of our lives.
Yeah. Yeah, we have a question.
Yeah, there's a question here.
People are publishing software like on GitHub without putting licenses. Are licenses important to put on software?
Did you hear that?
Yes.
Repeat it, please.
A program, okay, well, he can repeat it.
We have to repeat it here for the stream.
Okay.
Repeat. You repeat.
Okay, people are putting software out on GitHub without licenses, without licensing or putting out, any ownership to it. What do you think about that?
That is a terrible mistake. It's a harmful practice. Today's copyright law makes every program copyrighted automatically, just like anything else that's written. And without a free software license to give users the four freedoms, the program is proprietary. Everything that's written is restricted by copyright unless you use a free software license to give users the necessary freedoms.
But who owns the copyright?
Well, in fact, the copyright holder is whoever wrote it, unless that person was an employee of someone else or had signed a contract. It may not be obvious by looking at GitHub who the copyright holder is, but the copyright holder is the one responsible for putting on the statement of permissions, which we call a free software license. Now, this GitHub has done great harm to the community by encouraging this practice. It also encourages people to indicate the licenses in a way that is not very clear. Every source file, except for tiny ones like 5 lines, should have a license notice that says the license of this code is such and such. That should be at the top of the file along with a copyright notice. This is the way you make clear to the user community what they're allowed to do with this code. Keeping people in the dark about this, which is what happens if there's no clear licensing, or risking that the code will be separated from the license, which means confusion about what is permitted, those are bad practices. And users, we need to educate users so that they will avoid these bad practices and show users, that is the developers who are users of these repositories should show the users of their code clearly what the rules are for using that code. Take a look at gnu.org/software/repo-criteria.html for our criteria for an ethical repository.
Why don't you do this? Why don't you type it into the Jitsi Bridge text thing?
No one can see this.
I don't know how to do that, but let's see.
It's not easy to read, I think, here on the screen.
Yeah, you're right.
Okay.
But you also want that schools use only free software, right?
They should. Look at gnu.org/education.
Okay.
I
thought you maybe talk about that.
Well, I'd be happy to, but I understand that we don't have all that much time, so I'm trying to economize when possible.
Okay, I understand. Okay, not too many topics. All right. Yeah. Are there any more questions in the room?
Yeah, we have one way.
We have one more question.
All hardware is evil. Which hardware are you using?
I'm using a ThinkPad X60, and that's one of the models that can run with a free BIOS and a free system. It's totally free software.
Cool.
Great. The questionnaire uses the same, so he's excited now.
I'd like to emphasize the importance of copylefting your programs. If you write a free program and you release it under a pushover license, such as one of the BSD licenses or the Apache license, well, it's free. It is a contribution to our community, but its freedom is precarious because those licenses are weak. They don't defend the freedom of the users against unscrupulous users, often companies that will take all that code and put it into a proprietary program. This happened to Apache. You've probably seen statistics about what fraction of websites run Apache. Well, they're all using the code of Apache, but they don't all have freedom because a large fraction of them are running IBM's proprietary modified version of Apache. They get the code of Apache, but they don't get the same freedom that real Apache gives you. Well, the developers could have prevented that. All they had to do was copyleft it.
Brian Bielendorf, didn't he write the Apache originally?
I don't actually know.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I had very little to do with the World Wide Web until there was a free browser, because I wouldn't run a non-free one. And so back in those times, I'd heard of Apache. I knew it was free software, but that's all I knew.
Okay.
Any more questions?
I can't think of any.
No?
Do you have another song?
Yeah, you were asked whether or not you have another song.
Well, I have, here's one about email.
Yeah, please.
I've been answering my email all the goddamn day. I've been answering my email 'cause my work gets done that way. Can't you feel the fingers aching, typing till early in the morn? Can't you see the letters blurring? It's just an ad for porn.
You should publish a CD.
Christmas album.
I don't have anything else. I'm kind of out of questions.
I think this is a great end, and I think we all want to applaud to this man and what he has achieved. Do we want?
Yay!
Please go to fsf.org and join the Free Software Foundation. Also look at GNU.org/help. It lists lots of different ways you can help our work. You'll find something that you can do.
Okay, well, we'll check it out, man.
Yeah. Thank you very much for taking your time and being here with us.
Happy hacking.
Happy
and
hacking.
Bye.
Hack the world. Bye.
Bye.
Well, that worked out pretty good. Anyway, we still have...
No, he's in the kitchen.
He's probably in the kitchen. There he is!
Hey!
I'm drunk!
Getting hammered, huh?
Kid. Thank you for being with us. We have done our first day. We've done it.
Yeah, wait till tomorrow, guys.
Hey, you have 3. Look at this.
Oh my God! You got more Captain Crunch whistles than I got.
I see. You're
more important than me,
man.
And the little wieners for long distance.
Oh, an Oscar Mayer wiener whistle. I remember those.
What could you do with that one?
You can blow 2600 with that one too.
Wow.
I remember the Oscar Mayer wiener whistle.
All right, Kid. Have a nice day.
Take care, you guys.
Yeah, I know you could do it for hours now.
Well, tune in tomorrow's GeekFest. All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Tune
Good
in
job,
tomorrow.
you guys.
Bye.
All right.
Bye.
Cheers.
Thank you. Ja, es war jetzt wirklich der letzte Talk. Ich hoffe, es hat euch gefallen.
Trying to disconnect and it doesn't seem to work. All right, we're off, but we're still transmitting, but that's okay. Okay, we kill the stream.
We kill the stream?
We can kill the stream.
We can kill the stream. What live stream?
Next time, tomorrow, same time, same station. I'm gonna have my phone back, please.
Some callers, I didn't know what.